Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the continuation of the Jank Block. I am, as ever, your host, the Lore Runner. Da-na-na-na. Dramatic pause. Today, ignore the fact that we're technically playing Ring Fit in the background there. Today we're going to start off the Dragon Quests. The old ones, the original ones. The, classics? We got a little bit of history to cover here, too. But if it's okay with you all, I'd kind of like to start with personal history before we get into significant history, if that's okay. You see, way back in the day, which is Tuesday, there was this thing you may or may not have heard of. I honestly don't know if you've heard of this before. It's called Nintendo Power. Now, Nintendo Power was actually really awesome for a while there. Even with a modern perspective, I can appreciate a lot of what they did back in the day. And sometime around the early 90s, let's say mid 90s, it kind of became crap. And I just went ahead and discontinued my subscription. But back in the day, man, this was awesome. But here in the, let's see, the May and June episode, yeah, by the way, there's only one every 2 months. The May and June episode of 1989, there was this brand new game coming out. Coming soon to the NES. Dragon Warrior. Now, it was called Dragon Warrior because Dragon Quest was actually trademarked as a pen and paper thing at the time. Now, this is actually funny because since then, Enix has since purchased that particular company and thus now owns that trademark here in the States and therefore can and has released everything else as Dragon Quest since then. But back in the day, it was called Dragon Warrior because, I mean, you know, copyright law is copyright. You know how it is. A story of unprecedented depth is about to unfold before you, is what this says. That's hysterical, because I could summarize the plot of this game in literally one sentence. Even if I went into some detail, it would probably take me 2 or 3 sentences. I'm going to spoil the whole game for you. You ready for this? A while ago, there was a demon lord who was defeated by a great hero called Erdrick. Erdrick, in the process, secured something called the Ball of Light, which is antithetical to monsters, which are kind of like... I hesitate to call them a species, but monsters is like a whole categorization. You know, like how we say demons or spirits? That's kind of the same intonation that Dragon Quest uses monsters for. That was true back then, and that's true now. Anyways, the Ball of Light was antithetical to monsters, so they couldn't deal with it. So having the Ball of Light meant that there were no monsters in the world. Cool. Then, time passed, and this dude shows up who, spoilers, is a dragon, and he discovers another dragon, and effectively, yeah, like yokai, that's a good comparison, or oni might be another one. He discovers this dragon and says, hey, you should work for me. And the dragon's like, yeah, sure, I'll work for you. Thus, he starts calling himself the Dragon Lord, goes out, finds the Ball of Light, takes it for himself, and allows monsters to flood back into the world. You are a very, very late descendant of Mr. Erdrick from the past, and you are going to rescue the realm and rescue the Ball of Light from the Dragon Lord. That's it. That's the story. There's probably a few extremely minor tidbits I missed there, but that is all. I just wanted to share that because I love that. A story of unprecedented depth. Although I suppose it's not like NES games were known for their story. As we've talked about before, Mother Zero was kind of the first real story RPG back in the day. And, you know, was specifically done in direct reaction to games like Final Fantasy and Dragon Warrior. But yeah, there's this whole thing here. Unfortunately, I don't have the physical copy anymore, but I do have the PDF. If you remember, one of my big moves, this was a long time ago, I lost a lot of stuff. This is back in 96, I'd say. And when I say a lot of stuff, I mean there's things I permanently lost in that move that I'm still sad about. One of them was about half of my Nintendo powers. I have kept the rest in as good a condition as I can ever since. But like I said, I happen to have a PDF of this old episode. Now, the reason this is so substantial to me is because this is what got my attention. You ever heard of Choose Your Own Adventure? Choose Your Own Adventure, for those of you not aware, is a thing where it's a video game in book format. And I used to love Choose Your Own Adventures, even though they were terrifying in how horrific they would tend to be. You get eaten alive. Your limbs are ripped out of your body, and you're beaten to death. Like, there's just so many horrific deaths in those games. It's funny. Well, I don't know, Trehexia. I've never played it. Anyways, there was a Choose Your Own Adventure for Dragon Warrior in Nintendo Power. This is the March-April issue of 1990, specifically issue 11. This caught my attention. So the reason I was reading through this one particularly was because it had stuff on this new game that I was really into. You may or may not have heard of it. It's called Super Mario Brothers 3. So I was really like, oh yeah. But as I was glancing through it on my way, while I was getting ready for school one morning, I was like, what's this? And then I noticed this Dragon Warrior text adventure thing. Huh. And I ended up bringing this into school that day and got in just a little bit of trouble. Only a little bit of trouble, because I was actually paying attention and I was actually doing my assignment. And in fact, I'd already finished my assignment, and then I just pulled the magazine out and started reading it in the middle of class, because I didn't give a damn when I was a kid. But yeah, and I just started going through it, and oh my god, I went through this so many times. It actually has a map, too. There's a map of the Overworld in this thing. And so, like, for example, here, I'll just read it out. I know I can't properly show it to you. As the descendant of Erdrick, a great warrior of old, you are about to set out on the first leg of a quest to defeat the Dragon Lord, who has taken over the kingdom of Alfgard. You begin in Tentengel, I never know how to pronounce that, a castle. And as you stand at the gate, you must decide which direction to go. East, south, west, or north. Where should we go? I hope you liked it, Von Falkenstein. West, okay. So we're going to go to number 3. Before you lies a great lake. As you draw near, a ghost appears. Go to 11. You are attacked before you even see the monster. We can fight the ghost, or we can run. Should we fight the ghost or run? Fight. Okay, we're going to go to 8. After a strong attack, you defeat the ghost and receive 2 experience and 1 gold. This time, you need to set out once again. You can go east, south, west, or north. So that's going to be east again. So that goes over to 6. You've come to the town of Breckenari. Pay 6 gold, which we have, because we just got a gold, and we started off with 4, I think? Oh, no, we started off with 20. Yeah, we're good. We're good. We pay 6 gold, and we are healed back up to full at the inn. And you're supposed to keep track, by the way. It actually tells you this is your starting health, magic points, and gold, and you're supposed to keep track. And if you hit 0 health, you're supposed to game over. Anyways, now we move on to a cave, which is to the north. Once we enter the cave, we have the option of going east, west, or north. Thank you very much, Sean, as always. Much appreciate those donations. Thank you. Putting it towards ME3. The worst. I mean. The worst. I mean. Alright, so we're going north. Okay. So we go north, it's over here. You have entered Erdrick's cave. With a torch lit, you discover a treasure chest. Inside is a tablet that tells of ancient deeds. It also tells you need 3 special items to succeed at your quest. You may once again go north, west, or east. East again. You always want to go east. Crossing the bridge, you encounter a magician. You want to fight, run, or cast a spell. I should probably have some kind of music going here. Spell. All right. Now, I can already tell you how this is going to go. You have no spells. You die. Ugh. And we die. Game over. Yeah, I remember that one. That was my first reaction, too. Remember, we didn't learn any spells. We started off at level 1 with nothing. No, puns didn't enter Dragon Quest until 4, or 3, but mostly 4. So, and I'm not going to go through this again. There's a whole bunch. It goes up to 64 is the highest number, and 64 is if you successfully manage to get through. This is kind of awesome. I loved this, and I just sat there in class reading through this over and over, and it engaged me in a way that I don't really know how to properly describe. Now, I think I've told this before. My first RPG was either Final Fantasy I or Dragon Warrior, aka Dragon Quest I. I'm not sure which, historically speaking. Either way, it would be a rental, although I did end up buying FF1. FF stuck with me more than Dragon Quest did, for reasons I think we'll try to discuss as we go through it. But either way, this was what really got me into RPGs. Or that's wrong. This is what began me getting into RPGs. FF4 is what really got me into RPGs. Go ahead and put that away. So, real quick, before I move any forward, I do want to say thank you and shout-outs to Sam Wartenberger, Lee Lucilino, Uchiha Daisuke, Chris Lane, Zilla's Rig, Goofy Movie, Frieza 2000, Team Zack Attack, the person who put this game on the books, that would be Swerby96, and our majority shareholders, which are Alex Korbianiki, 4335, and the one who paid for half of this run by herself, Savacom04. Thank you, all of you, very, very, very much for your support, making sure I can continue to do this job and not kill myself. Thank you very, very much. Now, I'm going to have to readjust a couple of things here to set up for this, but that's okay. We can do this. There's a lot of history to uncover here. And ironically, Dragon Quest I is not as historically precedented, is not as historically relevant as Dragon Quest III is. But this is still a pretty big thing. No opinion, Trihexia. Back in the day, there was a gentleman who I wrote down his name over here. Now, okay, so let's start with the first thing. This is something that people are not often aware of. Dragon Quest is not made by Enix. Now, Dragon Quest has been pushed out by Enix for years, in fact, ever since the original. But Enix is a publisher. So, they didn't actually make Dragon Quest, and I just wanted to comment on that very briefly. Chunsoft made Dragon Quest back in the day. Now, the thing is, the difference is almost inconsequential. For those of you not aware, though, I just wanted to get across a little bit of info. There's something called a first-party developer, a second-party developer, and a third-party developer. First-party developer is in-house, right? Mario Brothers is a first-party developer. Second-party developer is someone who pretty much only ever works with one company. Pokemon is a good example of that. Game Freak are a second-party developer. Third-party developer is someone who has no real connection to the publisher or the title. They just happen to release a game for your system or for your thing or whatever. And that's the distinction. The Dragon Quests have always been second-party developers, even though they might as well be first-party developers, because Dragon Quests are what got Enix on the map, and they've been producing for them ever since the early 80s. But I just wanted to comment on that because I find that fascinating in its own right. There's also, okay, I mentioned Enix, right? Enix got started back in, where's the exact date here? I wrote it down. Hang on. It was a while ago. Looks like 1975. And then they pushed out a game in 1983. Which was actually the result of a whole... So they started off as a magazine company who were doing work with television. They made their first game, which was called Love Match Tennis. I say they made, sorry, I'm using the wrong terminology. They published their first game, Love Match Tennis. And that was cool. And then they started pushing out a couple of other things, too, as part of, like, a contest thing. Because video games were still in a weird place back in the late 70s and early 80s. This then led to a couple of other things. In 83, another one of their games came out, which actually had a big influence on what would have end up coming. That was called Portopia Serial Murder Case. No, I've never heard of it either. Anyways, I think he was an idiot, Zach Taft. as they were making Portopia, Hori and Nakamura, the two big names behind the Dragon Quest series, happened to play a video game you may have heard of. That video game is called Wizardry. Now, Wizardry came out in '81, and if you've never played the original Wizardry, I should have done this here. Let me really show what Wizardry was like back in the day. Give me just a second here, because you need to understand what RPGs were back in the day. But the thing that's important here, and this is going to sound weird in context. There we go. This was Wizardry. It probably looks a little bit familiar given the game we're about to play, but this is what the game looked like, right? Now, if you ever ask me to review Wizardry, I'm going to say no, because the game looks like this. But yeah, this is a horrifically archaic game, but it was also something that inspired another game called Ultima, which started a bit of a boom at the time. Now, this probably sounds weird to the modern ear, but Ultima, or I think actually Ultima was first, excuse me, but Ultima and Wizardry started the RPG boom in the West. And it was considered in public culture at the time that that RPGs were a Western thing. That was just the thing that those Americans played. You know, Japanese people don't play RPGs. That's insanity. These two people were like, you know, it'd be really cool if we could actually get a game for these people, like for our people, for Japanese people. We've got to make an RPG that actually appeals to the Japanese market. So they sat down and tried to figure out what they were going to do with this. Now, Super Mario Brothers exploded, and that made the NES, rather, the Famicom, huge. And so they were like, okay, we're going to make it on the Famicom, because the whole goal with this game was we want to bring RPGs to people who otherwise wouldn't be RPGs. They wanted to be a gateway game to RPGs. Kind of like how Final Fantasy VII actually would be many, many years later. So they're like, okay, we have to bring it out on the Famicom, but how the hell are we going to do that? And I know this sounds so strange nowadays, but the biggest hurdle they ran into in terms of design was they had to figure out how to make an RPG work without a keyboard. The idea was just, oh my god, how are we going to do this? How do we deal with this? There's so many things, there's so many inputs, there's so many concepts. Does this answer your question, Pokeri? I don't know if you can see that because the... Here, let me make it a little bit more clear. So they were like, yeah, this was still the age of text parsers. This was still the age of typing in commands directly in text. And so they're like, how the hell do we release this on a controller, which has like 4 buttons and an arrow thing? And that was the majority of the design of the game, was trying to make this thing work. He came up with several ideas during the course of this. And I'm sorry, maybe I'm just a geek who loves reading about why things are made, but I find it fascinating why he did certain things. For example, and I'll make fun of this when we get to the game itself, have you ever wondered why the final dungeon is literally visible from the first town in the game? The reason is because, remember, this is supposed to be a gateway into RPGs, which means they're trying to dumb it down as far as possible to get as many people invested in it as possible. In other words, they wanted to make sure that you knew where the final goal was right at the beginning. So there's the goal. They also did several other little things. Some of these I didn't even know about. For example, bridges were barriers to difficulty, or levels. Every time you cross a bridge, you entered a new level. Because they were trying to equate this to things that were popular at the day, like, you know, Mario Brothers, for example. So each time you cross a bridge, the type of enemies you encounter go up in terms of difficulty. There are actually a couple of exceptions to that, but that was the design intention there. There was a couple other things they did, some really, really cool stuff. But they also, they changed the leveling curve. This is fascinating. And this is the kind of design you don't even see nowadays. They changed the leveling curve, so the first few levels came very, very quickly. And then the curve massively plateaus until you get to about the point of 24-ish. And then all the way up to 30, which is the actual level cap. And you have to grind your face off to get to level 30. But it was like, whoonk, Funk. Wow, Trihexia, that's an easy question. So the point, they wanted to make sure that the players didn't get frustrated or discouraged early on, and they wanted to make sure they had a feeling of power progression that equated to, say, getting a power mushroom early on. Because remember, there are 2 power-ups in the very first level of Super Mario Bros. We discussed Super Mario Bros. At length when we reviewed that. And they're basically there as tutorials. And so forth and so on. There's all sorts of fascinating things they did with this. It's really hysterical in its own right. Now, this then leads to one of those little asterisks. Because what happened was they were like, okay, well, we're going to release this in the West because we made a Japanese RPG, so we're going to release it westward. It didn't come out in the West for 3 years, I think. It was actually a pretty decent gap, much bigger than normal, even for the time. Yep, 3 years, I'm right. It was a 3-year gap. Here's the thing. Dragon Quest didn't do all that well here in the West, at least not initially. Oh, it sold. They made their money back and then some. But they expected it to be a smash success because it was in Japan. The thing is, that is stupid. No offense to the people from, 40 years ago. The problem is, the reason it was such a smash success in Japan was it was perfectly timed. It was the Final Fantasy VII for Japan. Because the Famicom had exploded, and everyone had one, and there's this new thing, which they never heard of, called an RPG, and oh my gosh, and it really is the exact same thing that happened with FF7. It's just FF7 was, worldwide, and Dragon Quest I was just in Japan. So they were expecting that, but the problem is, the West had already kind of had that with Wizardry, which Carwelis already got there before me. Wizardry had not only come out, it had been out. And RPGs had already continued to develop. By the time this came out, which was 89, several RPGs, even on the NES, had already come out over here in the States. And the market was just different. So it didn't become a giant smash success. Whoops. Now, they did still continue porting games over to the West, but Dragon Quest, the problem is, this led to a problem where the developers and producers at Enix sort of assumed the West had no interest in Dragon Quest. That is wrong. In fact, that is provably statistically wrong. The catch is, of course, that idea, this is presumption on my part, but near as I can tell from my research, the main reason that they've assumed that lack of interest was because that initial badly timed release over on the West, which led to them never really supporting it properly in the West until 8. 8 was the first time they threw their weight into a Dragon Quest in the West, and lo and behold, it was very popular and very well received. And that led to us getting, the golden age of Dragon Quest here in the West, when they did all the DS versions of 4, 5, and 6. We got 9, which was awesome. We got 11, which is incredible. You get the idea. But that gap existed almost as a direct result of this mistiming thing. It also... No, I haven't heard that Trihexia. I definitely haven't reported on it twice in a row. The other problem here, admittedly, is that Final Fantasy I is a more complex game than Dragon Quest I. Let me say really quick, I'm not saying it's a better game or not. That's not relevant. It is a more complex game. FF1 is more of a game than Dragon Quest I is. Even at the basic objective level. I can name a few things specifically. For example... Final Fantasy has a party. Dragon Quest does not. For those of you who don't remember, in Dragon Quest I, we play one character. In Final Fantasy, you can fight formations of enemies. In Dragon Quest, you fight one thing. And so forth and so on. My point is, this kind of, at the time, led to the problem where people, especially in the RPG niche, were more interested in FF than they were in Dragon Quest. Not that FF was a superior game, necessarily, but that it was objectively a more complex game, and complexity tends to appeal to people who are into RPGs. Thus, Final Fantasy, and this is one of several reasons, but Final Fantasy took off substantially more in the West than Dragon Quest, and this led to the idea for years and years and years, which arguably still exists, that Dragon Quest is big in the East and Final Fantasy is big in the West. A couple other things I want to share here really quick before we move forwards. There's a lot of ideas that later Dragon Quest games would take and run with that got started here, but my favorite one was a complete coincidence. I always love learning about how something no one intended leads to tradition. Star Wars is a great example of that. There's so many things in Star Wars that became huge elements of the story and lore because they happened to have a crane on set one day when they were making A New Hope or whatever, right? In this case, if you've ever wondered why the main character of most Dragon Quest games are good at melee and good at defense while having good support magic, it's because of this game. And the reason that is that way in this game is because you had one party member, because they couldn't actually support. They wanted to have a multiple party. They literally couldn't. So the reason that tradition got started is because the original hero, Lotto, was the only party member. So he had to have the heals, and he had to have the magic, and he had to have the melee. So he had to be the red mage. He had to be the jack of all trades, and good enough to solo the entire game. A couple little tidbits here. The absolute minimum level you can beat this game at is at level 7. That's with task timing or perfect RNG manipulation on behalf of a speedrunner. You absolutely need the sleep spell in order to be able... This is a non-glitch percent, obviously. You absolutely need the sleep spell in order to be able to get through the game, in order to be able to defeat the game, period. And if you screw anything up, you are dead. The intended lowest level, and I mentioned this earlier, that you're supposed to be able to beat the game at is level 17 when you get heal more. Also, while we're on the subject, I thought about looking up the whole chart. Did you know that when you name your character at the beginning, that is setting the seed for your stat growth? I didn't know that until very recently, and that was a speedrun that introduced me to that one. Also, this is the only Dragon Quest game to actually have Puff Puff. Now, Lotto, I just told you that, Eclectic. L-O-T-O. Actually, I'm not sure if Lotto is the best. I'd have to look that up. Like I said, I didn't actually pull up the thing. Anywho, for those of you not aware what Puff Puff is a running gag where the games make you think, oh my god, it's going to be this huge, sexy, amazing thing, and it's something else. And something else is whatever, right? Like, it changes from game to game. Sometimes it's gushing slimes. No, Mr. Red, I can't. I physically, literally cannot, even if I tasked it. No. It's like gushing slimes up against their head, or sending you into a thing of clouds or whatever. It's always some kind of joke, right? But in this game, you actually get Puff Puff, and I just wanted to comment on that, because apparently that raised some heckles, and that's why they turned it into a joke in every subsequent game. This is also a good time to mention that this game is a little bit grindy, and that leads me nicely into my next topic. The reason we're playing the Switch version, because we're playing the Switch versions of all three. So, originally the intent was to play the original NES version, especially since, as I demonstrated earlier, I actually have the NES cartridge right here. At least of one. The other ones are actually on the Game Boy over there. But yeah, I decided to look into the specifics. Okay, Bergman. The specifics of what changed in the versions. This is actually relevant because this has been a topic I've talked about recently with regards to game design. Because on the one hand, nothing's different. Like, if I asked you, how many times have you ever looked at something and someone's like, oh man, what changed? And you can't summarize it? It's one of those situations. You can't say, oh, well, the they added a new class, or you can't answer within a single sentence. What they did to change the games in the Switch version is they did a whole lot of little stuff, which included some balancing changes and some changes with regards to gold gain, specific encounters were changed around, which items you find where, how much things cost in town, how much experience you get per battle, how much experience you need to level, all the little tiny changes, yeah, under the hood changes. And there are apparently quite a lot of them, especially for 2. Now, 2, that's a big one. Because, for those of you not aware, we'll talk about this more when we get there, but in Dragon Quest II, it wasn't even fully play-tested before it was actually launched. Which you might be thinking, oh my god, how could a game ever be released without being fully play-tested? Remember, they couldn't patch games back then, or at least not in any reasonable manner. But, yeah, they completely rebalanced and repatched that end section of Dragon Quest II, because Dragon Quest II is nightmarishly grindy as a result of literally being incomplete. This version is not. Now, this is a shame, because this version looks terrible, in my opinion. The visuals of this version look absolutely awful. I don't decide that, Trihexa, you all do. So, someone donated for it, and that's the answer to your question. Are the slimes still cute? I don't know. We'll see. But the Overworld graphics just look terrible. I have a couple other stories to tell, but we'll kind of wait until we're actually in the game for those. Let me switch over to the game here so I can see it. There we go. Fine, do the update. Stupid thing. Well, that's going. I suppose I should set up chat. I completely forgot to set up chat here because I'm incredibly stupid. I had a brain for my sins. They took it away from me. But yeah, that's about it. There's actually not a lot to share about Dragon Quest II. Well, it does change several things about the formula. Dragon Quest III, that will be the interesting one to talk about. And I'm going to have to do a lot more research for that one. My goodness. There we go. Got the chat up. You know, I feel like I just said that, Pika, but it's okay. I don't expect you to actually listen to me. Oh, right. Sorry. I have the volume up. Turn that down. There we go. I was wondering why I was hearing an echo. I don't know who this guy is. Yes, 2 is party-based, 3 introduced jobs. Which is funny, because so did FF3. So yeah, this is the Dragon Quest song. Although actually, it sounded a little bit different back in the day. We'll go with the classic. Oh god, it looks hideous. Negative to everything. Erdrick, scion of the bloodline of Erdrick. What are we, German? Hero of legend, long have I awaited thy coming. In the days of yore, thy revered ancestor did receive of the almighty goddess the sphere of light. By its power was our world rid of the menace which did beset it. Yet, alas, some few years past there did arise a new threat, the Dragon Lord. With all his cunning, he did steal away the sphere of light from us, plunging the land into darkness one more. Should this state of affairs be suffered to continue, the night must surely take unrelenting hold, and our realm perish. So I say unto the Erdrick of the bloodline of heroes, vanquish the accursed Dragonlord and reclaim the sphere of light. And the chest o'er yonder wilt thou find items to aid thee in thy quest. Take what thou wilt, with my blessing. Partake thee of the wisdom of these loyal subjects gathered here in my throne room. Doubt not, but that their knowledge will serve thee as well as any shield. May the goddess guide thee to victory, and return thee unto us ere long, brave Erdrick. God, it looks so terrible. This is why I didn't want to play this version, right here. Like, in a nutshell. I'm sorry, this looks like crap. I will actually debate a negative for this. This is awful. Funny thing, though, while we're on this subject, did you know that Dragon Quest I, that is to say Dragon Warrior on the NES, when it came into the West, because they had 3 years in between its port, they actually had a chance to figure out new things with regards to the technology. So they actually had things like the ability to save on the cartridge, which I know sounds just kind of like, okay, but that was new. You couldn't do that in the original Japanese version of the Famicom. You had a password to save your progress. And this is one of the most minor things, but this is hysterical. Your character, the main character, had sprites for facing up, left, right, and down. Which they didn't have back in the Japanese version. It was always... You've probably seen a game like this where they're just always facing the same direction the whole time. Like that. Just 2 little improvements they made to that. Anyways. Hey, cool. There's like a little tutorial by Tutorio. Wow. Should thou emerge as victorious, they will be showered with gold, experience, and items. Wow. There's actually a tutorial in here. I mean, obviously this is new to this version, but this is the version we're reviewing, so... I mean, ignoring the fact that this will be a substantially less horrible play experience than if we played the original NES versions. It'll probably review better. Because if nothing else, the mere fact that Dragon Quest II was literally an unfinished game would be a negative by itself. And then we get into the grind of Dragon Quest I and II and III, which are pretty bad, at least on the NES. I should mention, I've never played this version. So that's what HP is. No, Goofy Movie. No more than we're rating Mega Man 1 through 6 as one game. So yeah, this is actually another thing they did, which was brand new at the time. Now, this wasn't in the American version. This was in the original Japanese. But again, remember, this was supposed to be an entry-level game into the concept of an RPG. So when you die, you don't game over. Instead, you restart back at the king, and you lose about half of your money. They wanted to have there be some penalty, but they wanted the penalty to be low so people wouldn't get discouraged while playing it. I only point that out because that wasn't... Like, so many decisions, especially in this era of gaming, were done because of limitations of technology. It's rare that we see something that was done as a deliberate design. Like that. And here he's just explaining all of the stats. Which is taking a minute. Very true, Goofy Movie. Well, we have a quick save, which is quick and easy. And I can already tell you, opening chest is already substantially less irritating than it was in the original. Because in the original, you would have to stand on the chest, and then open up the menu. I don't even know what button that is. And then use, like, check, I think. And yeah, and you have to pick door, and you have to pick stairs. And just... In a similar manner to how we gave a negative to interface back in Albion, the NES version of this game, I guarantee it would have gotten a negative that this version will not, simply for, you know, how irritating it was to play. But again, they were trying to figure out how to do that stuff. It's just a little bit too loud still. There we go. No, that doesn't sound any different. Oh. That's as quiet as it gets? Jeez Louise. We'll go with that. Dost thou know aught of poor Princess Gwaelin? No. Princess Gwaelin is the sole heir of His Majesty, the King. Since the untimely death of Her Majesty, the Queen, Gwaelin hath been our beloved ruler's sole source of comfort. Alas, a half-year prior to this day, foul monsters saw fit to tear the princess from the bosom of we, her people. His Majesty speaketh not of the tragedy, but 'tis plain the loss doth pain him deeply. Brave Erdrick, I beg of thee, deliver the princess from her plight. Okay, this is kind of cool. Back in the day, as in, again, even on the original NES and Famicom versions, you didn't have to rescue the princess. If you rescue the princess, she would give you, effectively, plot-critical information. But to summarize, what I mean by plot-critical information is, like, imagine there's a thing right here. Like, on this exact square, right? And you need to interact with that. Now, nothing indicates it's there. But if I go rescue the princess, and she's like, hey, go to the bottom right square. And then you can go there and get the item. But the item's still there, so you don't have to rescue her. We'll be rescuing her, don't worry. I just thought I'd comment on that, because that amuses me. If thou hast partaken of the contents of each and every chest, thou shalt by now have found a magic key. Use thee this key to open yonder door, and thou shalt lose it forever. Yet use it thou must, for beyond that door thine adventure begins in earnest. Notice how, once again, we've got a little bit of tutorialization in game design here, because we actually can't get through that without using the key, so this is how you use keys. Now, later on we get an infinite key, which is another Dragon Quest thing, but that's whatever. God, just even equipping is easier than it was in the original. Oh my god, this is so much less janky than I thought it would be. Because we're playing this version. The reason these games were in the jank block was because I figured we were going to play the NES versions. And trust me, the NES versions are janky. Not bad. They're janky as hell. To the east of the castle lieth a sizable settlement. Therein thou shalt find the establishments offering weapons and armor which shall serve thee well on the battlefield. Shouldst thou come to harm in battle, lay thy head to rest at the inn. Thy wounds will be healed ere thou wakest. I want to answer, Dragon Quest is very low tier, and I mean, I don't have an answer to the graphics question. I've said several thousand times, I don't care about the fidelity of graphics, not really. I care about how good the graphics look. The tile set isn't terrible as I'm looking around. You know, like the flowers and the tile and the carpet and the floor. It's just the people look really weird and off and I don't know. If thou wouldst rejoin thy quest from a point of thy choosing, thou must needs record thy deeds in an adventure log. If thou wouldst rest from thy quest, thou must request of the king that thy deeds be recorded in the adventure log. Oh yeah, I should probably go ahead and mention at this point. As with, again, this is one of those things that is very, very common nowadays. But remember, again, this was supposed to introduce people to RPGs, so virtually every NPC in most of the towns of this game tells you something of significance. If you've heard me say that before, it's because you've heard me review Final Fantasy VI, one of my favorite games of all time. The reason I mention that, though, is because this was intended as like an in-game tutorialization thing to get people into RPGs, and it occurred to several other developers at the time, that's a good idea. And so it started becoming more common after this. But I'm saying this wrong. It blows my mind that something that we would nowadays consider, you know, fairly basic level in-game information is something that didn't occur to anybody back in the day. Because why would it? You're just supposed to figure it out. Go exploring! Anyways, oh princess, princess, where art thou? Could it be that the foul fiends who took thee have taken thy young life also? Nay, we cannot, we must not surrender to despair. Brave Erdrick, I prithee, forget all that I said. Henceforth hope, and hope alone shall guide me. Oh yeah, by the way, this is another thing that became a running gag. Their manner of speech, this style of writing, is something that is endemic to only certain people in Dragon Quest. So if you ever encounter someone who talks like this, they're someone from the past, right? They're like some ancient dragon or an ancient spirit, or they're literally from the old world and they've been frozen for a while, stuff like that. So they use this to indicate someone who is from the old eras, and that continues even as far as Dragon Quest XI, the most recent one. In days of yore, lo, the fair city of I still don't know how to pronounce it, Tandakel, was a veritable fairground wherein the merrymakers of the world did play, and yet now we are beset on all sides by foul fiends, And the golden days are no more. Sweet memory. Oh, and for the record, I love this style of speech, but that's just preference. It makes so much sense in my head. I don't know how to describe it. It just flows. No door may be opened without a key, but alas, 'tis the curse of the magic tea to crumble into dust after but a single use. That's why they're magic. Would that I could pass all the remaining days of my life alone with my beloved, yet the knowledge that a monster might rob us of this simple joy at any moment weigheth heavily upon my mind. That's cool. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Thy first priority must be to hone thy skills by battling beasts. As thou gainest in experience, thy level shall increase, and so too shall thy might. Of course, I don't have any keys to get to those treasures. No! But thank you very, very much, French philosopher, as always. Give me one moment. I will jot that down in just a second. Okay. I ply the trade of the traveling merchant. Lo, countless of our brotherhood are fallen at the hands of roaming beasts of late. Full many friends have I lost. Merely to speak of them bringeth tears to mine eyes. I should probably mention one other thing here. This game, well, I'll talk about it now because I don't want to forget about it. This game is pseudo-open world. You don't have to do the towns in any order. In fact, it's astonishingly easy to do the events of Dragon Quest I out of order if you know what you're doing. There's kind of a guided path, but you don't have to do things in a specific order. You can just bounce around whatever. It's one of the reasons why the speedruns on this game are like in the 20-minute range. But I mentioned that because that was also a deliberate design decision. They wanted this to be a world that players could wander around and explore and get lost in. Dost thou hear the rumors? Nope. They speak of a town laid to ruin by marauding monsters. No. We must save them at all costs, but right now I would probably die to a slime, so, you know. Oh, Princess Quaylin. Calm down, dude. If thou questeth in caves or dungeons dank, a torch or two will serve thee well, friend. It is in the places where the darkness doth penetrate most deeply that the fiends do throng thickest. When dark doth spread across the land, light shall return by Erdrick's hand. O almighty goddess, we pray the ancient teachings hold true. May thy light shine brightly upon Erdrick's quest. The castle of Tantagel bids thee welcome. I like swords. So, there's the final dungeon. I love it. I never knew until I was researching for this run why it's right frickin' there. I told you why it's there. But I love the fact, and this has always amused me since the very first time I've ever played this game, that the final dungeon is right there. That is the Dragon Lord's castle. Now, what's funny, this is almost assuredly a retcon. But what's funny about this is there's actually a retcon lore reason, probably a retcon lore reason why the Dragon Lord is just sitting there not giving a damn and not bothering to deal with us. See, he's won. The Dragon Lord, as of this point in time, has actually already succeeded. He has tamed the dragons. He has taken the lands. All of the kingdoms are powerless to defeat him, since, you know, they declined in their military after the defeat of Zoma. We'll talk about that later. And the only one who could threaten him is this one random knight who's having trouble defeating slimes. Yeah, sure, I'm real worried. Ugh. Yeah. Wake me when it's time for Matlock. And that's the Dragon Lord's approach here. And so, we're going to try and do something about that. Anyways, thank you, Zechariah, Jebediah, very, very much. Always appreciate. Thank you. I mean, think of it from his perspective, really. No one can challenge him, and the only threat is another one of these random stupid knights who's doing nothing. Whoop-de-doo. Castle town of Tantagel bids thee welcome, wanderer. are the poisonous marshes, my friend. Shouldst thou attempt to cross them when thou art not in full good health, misery and death shall be thy sole reward. Within these stout walls thy gold and thy treasure shall be ever safe. What, pray, might thy pleasure be today? Well, I want to use my money, so... Well, there's a reason he offers us to, you know, join him, but we'll talk about that much later. And yeah, by the way, this is the only Dragon Quest game where poisonous terrain will kill you. All of the later ones do what most RPGs do. They reduce your health to 1, but they won't go below 1. You won't die from it. Nay, nay, thou art mistaken. I am not the fair Princess Gwaelin. Blush. Although the comparison doth flatter me greatly. Oh, thou art silver-tongued indeed, my lord. Very well, take me with thee. Well, let's go to the inn. Sure. Aw. Wrong one. Hi, Alex Korbiniki. Thank you as always, sir. I should probably mention there's another running gag. This is probably another Toriyama influence here. Minish Cap. You got it, Alex Korbiniki. And thank you again. In every single town, I think, there might be an exception, but to my knowledge, in every single town, there's at least one woman who is completely smitten with the hero. Welcome, friend. Welcome unto thee. Prithee, make thy way inside, and we shall be delighted to assist thee. To the south there lieth a great fortress shrouded in mist. Mayhap thou hast spied it on thy travels? Well, stray not near it, for it is the home of the Dragon Lord. They even tell us. Lo, merely to mention his name doth strike fear into my heart. What do you got? Herb. I don't even remember what the scale does. We have a torch already. We should probably grab at least one herb. This is so much less janky than I was expecting. Like, the B button even works, for God's sakes. Just little things, you know? Thou art of the bloodline of the mighty Erdrick, thou sayest? Hast thou proof? No. If thou art truly descended from Erdrick, thou must needs bear proof of thy birthright. Fie, wherefore thou makest such grand claims, and thou possessest nary a sign, seal, nor signet betokening thy lineage. If thou art truly descended from Erdrick. Figure it out. Oh wow, Junior Shire. I'm sorry. Hast thou heard of the great bard Galen? They say he took his beloved lyre to his grave. Oh, to have heard him play. Yes, Alex Korbinik, I've already talked about that. Maybe I'm the weirdo here. I'll accept that, but I love the localization of the Dragon Quest series. Pretty much from 8 onwards is when they really started embracing localizing the games. Because they did it in 8, and then they did it in 4, 5, and 6, the remakes on the DS. And then they did it in 9, and then they did it in the 7 remake on the 3DS, and then they did it in 11. And then they went back and did it some more in some of the previous ones when those were re-released. Yeah, the original translations on the NES are just kind of there. Functional is probably what we would call those. Hast thou heard? No. Yea, 'tis said that in a town far distant from this place, magic keys are sold as though they grow on the very trees. Ooh. Useful. I am engaged in the study of the methods of the removal of curses. Shouldst thou ever find thyself afflicted, prithee seek me out, and I shall be glad to aid thee. Yeah, as I've said many, many times, and as I've talked about going through the FF series, localization has been a slowly developing thing for years. Thank you, Navile. Very, very much, as always. I know I always mispronounce your name, I apologize, but I do appreciate the sub. You know, where you'd like to put that towards. There is one other benefit to playing this on the Switch. I can play this on the Switch. I'm a wandering merchant, hailing originally from fair Galenholm, which is a handsome settlement far to the north of here and west alongside the coast. The lands twixt here and there are home to monstrous multitudes who hesitate not to make a meal of unwary travelers. Verily, 'tis a miracle I arrived here in possession of my beloved life. Well, those people are dumb, Crazy Norse, and they must be punched. Alright, we're good. Wherever the path of adventure leadeth thee, beware of bridges. For verily, beyond each bridge wilt thou find ever more fearsome beasts. Remember, I talked about this. I mentioned that that's the level change thing. Dishonored. You got it. Welcome unto thee, friend. Prithee, make thy way to the premises and state thy business over the counter. Thou art welcome, wanderer, in this our humble armory. How, pray, may we be used to thee today? What do we got? What can we afford? Really want a copper sword before we leave the starter area. So we're actually going to save up for that. Actually, hang on. Yeah, we do have a bamboo spear right now. Alright, now of course we don't have any keys. I know not who thou art, but I do beseech thee, deliver unto his majesty the king this news. The expeditionary force tasked with the rescue of Princess Gwaelin is no more. Prithee, tell his majesty I am so very... Oh, goddess, forgive us. As I mentioned earlier, the troops in lore are pathetic, specifically because of the fact that they have had nothing but peace forever. Like, for generations. No conflicts, no other nations they have war with. No big villains, nothing. Got a message for you. On another 7 points of experience, and thou shalt attain a new level. Yeah, let's go and get a hard save. You know what's really sad in its own way? It takes no less than 7 clicks to save in more modern Dragon Quest games. Here it takes closer to 4. And that's counting getting an update on your current experience. Make of that what you will. One moment. Okay, we're good. So I want to tell you a quick story. Once upon a time, little young Lore was playing this game, and he's like, oh, cool. And he started doing this. Just kind of roaming southwest-ish. And I forget the exact square, but it was somewhere over here-ish. And I encountered a skeleton. It was one of the first enemies I encountered in the entire game. For those of you not aware, a skeleton is closer to about a level 6 or 7 enemy. I remember that very distinctly. It's actually one of my first memories of this game. In fact, I put the game down for a bit because, like an idiot, I assumed that that was just, oh, it's one of those games. Because, I'd encountered those kind of games before. This is the early NES era. So I just put the game down. I was like, yeah, okay, and I didn't go back to it for a bit. No, we're supposed to fight slimes here. And you're looking at about 90-ish% of the gameplay right here. For good or for bad. I don't know what to say about this, but the grind was built into Dragon Quest 1 and 2. It was actually a part of the gameplay design. They wanted you to sit and run around and defeat monsters and gain... Like, that was content. That was intended content. Make of that what you will. We'll see how bad it is in this version. How are we doing on money? We have a map? Need a bit more. Need a bit more. But we hit a level. Now, okay. One other thing that this game actually started, and that would be kind of focused. That's another thing that wouldn't really get codified. Nope, there's a level. Wouldn't really get codified until Dragon Quest III. And that's the fact that even a single level is supposed to be a substantial increase in overall power output. Now, I've talked about this a lot when it comes to game design. I believe we talked about this extensively when we were reviewing and lore running Paper Mario. Because in Paper Mario, you're supposed to beat the game at like level 20, right? The point is, when you're designing an RPG, you can design how much of an increase in power each level is. You know, that's on you. You get to decide. Is each level a significant boost, which is like the staircase philosophy, or is each thing just a tiny little increase in overall output, right? Now, the overwhelming majority of RPGs go with the tiny little boost perspective instead of the big boost. But the Dragon Quests, and this is true even up to Dragon Quest XI, are like, oh, you've gained a level. Boing! And you are noticeably stronger each level. But yeah, I'm going to go ahead and spoil this for you. Dragon Quest I has extremely simple combat. You remember how I talked about the different tools that are in your arsenal when it comes to RPGs? I just talked about in the rumination that went live today. I talked about it during the streaming of Albion. I talked about how early game hell, which by the way this game avoids, is an aspect of simply designing the game around you having a large toolkit, and then at the beginning of the game you don't have a large toolkit and so it sucks, right? But in this game, you don't have a large toolkit. You can attack, use an item, and cast a spell. That is it. And you're probably thinking, oh, well the spells is how it varies up. So, kind of. There's hurt and heal, and then hurt more and heal more. I love those spell names, by the way. And then there's the status effect spells. That's it. Now, the asterisk, the only complexity I will give this game in terms of combat, is that status effects are actually worth a damn in this game. Virtually every enemy in this game can be hit with the status effects you have access to. There is a trade-off, though, because they can hit you with them, too. Whoops, I keep hitting the accident. So... notice how, even though we've roamed quite a bit, we're still encountering the same type of enemies. I'm just, for like the third time now, showing off what I mean about the levels. If I go over here... oh yeah, you can just walk on mountains, by the way. These are the next tier of enemies. This might actually kill me, that's why I saved before I did this. Yep, that's turbo death. Two-shot! And no, I have not Trihexia, sorry. So, we're dead. Like I said, this is what happens when you die, and was designed to try and prevent people from getting discouraged. But we lost a lot of gold there. So, we're going to go and get that gold back. Hang on, Mr. Red. Let me roll to disbelieve. I got a 12. Quick save. There's also apparently an autosave. Look, I wouldn't save scum, but A, I was just showing that off, and B, I really need that gold. That's the other thing that Dragon Quests do. Now, I first noticed this in Dragon Quest IV, but this goes all the way back to Dragon Quest I. Even a single increase of equipment is a significant increase in power. It's the same concept. One slightly better sword increases your power output substantially. And that is by design. Again, each increase is supposed to be a substantial increase. Whether it's a new piece of gear, or it's a new piece of, or it's a new level, or a new spell, right? It is intended that every step you take forward is supposed to be a noteworthy step, a significant step. And I do like that. It's one of the things I've always liked about the DQ series. That's a good thing, because we're getting about 2 gold each, and we need about 55 gold to get the next item. So, we might go ahead and hit the cave. Uh-oh. It's a ghost! That's actually bad. Might be reloading a save here. Yep, okay. So, reloading or save. I need the gold. What? Whoops. Let's try the cave. Let's see what we can manage there. We can at least have a Draki. Take on a Draki. Oh yeah, and obviously, although I shouldn't have to say this, a huge number of the modern takes and enemies and all that stuff all started here. So this is what caves look like. We do actually have a torch. It increases your visual radius to this! I'll go ahead and admit I hated caves in this game back on the NES version. It's just, I don't know, it's the claustrophobia thing I've talked about several times before. I feel really contained in a lot of these dungeons, you know? Now, you ready for it? Oh, we could just go down the stairs, I love it. Anyways. Well, you see Trihaxia. I have no idea. So you'll notice I haven't given out any positives yet. I also haven't given out any negatives. This is actually really weird. This might be one of the most neutral games I've ever reviewed. So many of the... I'd done prep work. I had thought about what things would be negatives in the game design here. And all of them have been fixed by this port. Well, most of them have been fixed by this port. I am Erdrick, hear me well, bearer of my blood and heir to my destiny. If you would reach the evil island visible from Tangential... God, how do you say it? Tentacles Shore. Tentacles Shore? You will require the 3 sacred artifacts. Gather them, and you may yet cross to that accursed isle and destroy the source of all evil, as I too did so long ago. Before my passing, I entrusted the 3 objects to 3 great sages. If the fates have been kind, their descendants guard them still. When evil rules the ill-starred isle once more, gather the hallowed triad and strike a blow for the cause of light. No doubt those of the line of the sages await you somewhere on this world. Seek them out. Blood of my blood, child of my children, go forth and fulfill your destiny. So, there you go. We need to get 3 plot coupons. This is as good a time as any to mention that Dragon Quest Builders is kind of a sequel to this game. I say kind of. There's a couple asterisks to that. No, Crazy Norse, I will never bring up Dragon Quest Builders. Anyways, to continue talking about Dragon Quest Builders, one of the cool things about DQB1 was the idea that you were a builder, so it was your job to make all those... Yeah, I thought that was funny. It's your job to make all of those legendary artifacts that the hero is supposed to find in the actual RPG. Now, I'm not going to spoil how that turns out, but I always loved that concept of playing the person who makes the great and legendary things that the hero would then later use. But the 3 items we find in this game are actually referenced in DQB1. But the reason I say DQB1 is kind of a sequel to this... Oh, I'm just going to flee. Ah, okay. It's because... I keep hitting them by accident. It's because of the fact that it's not literally a sequel. That would be Dragon Quest II. It's more like a what-if tale set after this. Dragon Quest Builders 1 and Dragon Quest Builders 2 are both set in, let's call them alternate versions, or Elseworlds, of both Dragon Quest 1 and Dragon Quest 2, respectively. We'll talk about the specific connections later. They're not relevant right now. I suppose I should mention the Dragon Quest series has a weird but consistent approach to continuity. So, Dragon Quest 1, 2, and 3 are sequels. All 3 of them tie directly into each other. This is a direct sequel to 3, and 2 is a direct sequel to this. If you've never heard me use that terminology, the difference between an indirect sequel and a direct sequel is a direct sequel is something that directly and specifically follows through on the story beat of the previous, whereas an indirect sequel happens to happen later after the previous events. Wind Waker is a direct sequel to Ocarina of Time, but Majora's Mask is an indirect sequel to Ocarina of Time. Sense make? Anyways, the reason that's relevant for Dragon Quest is because 1, 2, and 3 are all direct sequels, but 4, 5, and 6 are indirect sequels, not to 1, 2, and 3, to each other. They like to trilogy it up. Hey, poison. And I actually have the order written down over here. It goes 6, 4, 5 is how that particular order goes. But those are very loosely connected. They don't really have much to do with each other. Then 7 came along and was very loosely connected to 2. Then 8 came along and was connected to nothing. And 9 came along and was connected to nothing. And I bring that up because that's kind of the approach they've had. And I'm not sure what I think of that. But if you're paying attention, what that means is 1, 2, and 3 are very closely connected. 4, 5, and 6 are kind of connected. 7, 8, and 9 are barely connected. And then we get to 11, which I can't actually talk about because that's actually spoilers. But it's interesting how they've developed their continuity approach throughout each of the three trilogies. So, part of the reason I'm talking so much right now is we are grinding. This is where we're at. In order to progress, we need to be stronger. Now, we've learned heal, so that's good. We have the power of heal. We do not have the mana for heal. We also don't have the money yet that I wanted. That sucks. Hey. Okay, now that we've got our princess. No, I'm kidding. I'm debating. Let's do this. I agree. As much as I prefer connections, I would rather have, no connections than nonsense connections. And yeah, Dragon Quest XI is probably the single least grindy Dragon Quest, and JRPG I've played. It might not be the least grindy JRPG, but it's certainly up there. Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay. Let's go ahead and make an attempt. So let's see. Since we have a map, let's go ahead and use it. So we can go up there, or we can cross the bridge. Let's go up there. Let's go to the cave. Not this cave, the other cave. Do we have a torch? We do not have a torch. We should get a torch. Hang on. Oh yeah, someone asked earlier if this music was remixed. The answer is yes. This is not how this music sounded in the original NES edition. But yeah, as mentioned earlier by Wolf Alex, for some people the point of the game, the meat, the content is the grind. So, the idea there, well, let me take that back, is the leveling. And thus the idea, torch, it's gonna be expensive. And thus the idea is, that's the point of the game. You have your reasons and your excuse, but ultimately you're out there to go level. I'm gonna check some, actually. Wow, there's even equipment comparisons that show that your armor is going up. Jeez Louise. There's too many convenience features. I'm debating here. Well, the other reason grinding exists is because people want to pad out the game time. Again, this is actually an extremely short game. We will probably beat this game tomorrow. If I really booked it, I could probably beat this game tonight. Lol, von Falkenstein. I should probably... I hate to do this, but yeah, okay. Hate to do it, but I probably need that armor. And remember, even a single increase in armor is a significant increase in output. But yeah, that torpedoed our gold. That's why I didn't want to do that. But let's go ahead and make a run for the next cave. Okay. To the cave. We have a torch. We have leather armor. Still don't have a shield. Working on that. Hold up. Oh, I'm sorry. I misread that. I thought he said he was selfish and empathetic, which was really strange. Sorry. Misread that. So he's Goku. I can see that. Okay. Oh, he's totally Goku. Sorry, Pokemon. I just noticed we didn't heal when we were back in town. Probably because I was saving my money. I should probably go heal. It's gonna be faster if I go heal. The gold we get on the way back will get us our money we need to heal. I should probably also mention, we've talked a lot about overworld design and the nature of how overworld is something you can and should design when it comes to gameplay. And, whoops, I didn't mean to do that. Well, we might be able to do this. We did just save. Holy crap, we got a crit! Nice, 8 gold out of that. Anyways, so overworld design, right? I don't know if this game gets the same praise I've given games like, say, FF4 or FF1 when it comes to overworld design. But it's worth noting that this overworld is substantially better designed than, for example, FF2. Now, that's a bit of a low-hanging fruit, because FF2's overworld is terrible. It's one of the worst overworld designs I've ever seen. But my point is, there is actual design put into this. Look at the screen for just a second. Now, you can actually see the bridges on the screen. They're kind of painted, but they're little brown arches. Like there's one just east of where I am right now. There's one southeast. So you can at a glance between the mountains and the bridges, you can see there's World 1 right there, right? And as you look at World 1, you see that its design is designed to be a little bit fanciful. You know, it gives you something to look at. But ultimately, it is a guiding line. You are supposed to go this way, upper left. First, you're supposed to find that first cave. That's where we got the plot information from our descendant. And then we're supposed to go to the second cave, right? After that, we have to choose east or west. And at that point, you could see how they kind of do this thing, right? So in either direction, they both kind of lead in a relatively linear path, which isn't actually linear, it's just kind of a guided path. So long story short, the overall design is reasonably decent. Probably aggregate positive territory, I'd say. I'm also going to probably jot down significant level ups as an aggregate positive. Okay. And I can't think of a negative yet, other than the sprite art for the people. And that's not negative territory. As much as I'd love to give that a negative. And let forth the toxic mess. Sorry. What am I doing? Resting. Right, I need to recover. Right. No, I didn't Zack Taft, sorry. Okay, that did get my mana back. I wanted to make sure. Now, before we leave, we're going to go and deposit all of our gold. Oh, right, we can only deposit it in units of 1,000. Right. We don't have that much yet. Okay, whatever. Let's get another hard save. Save, because I can talk. Oh yeah, you notice there's more than one save slot. I was actually thinking about this. You know how we've given some slack to the original Pokemon on the Game Boy for only having one save slot? I'm not sure that's valid. Like, I don't actually know. But then I started thinking about how there are several NES games, which predates the Game Boy, which have multiple save slots. Admittedly, the Game Boy is not as impressive as the NES, and most NES games don't have as much to save. But, you know, like that's why I'm saying I'm not sure about that. I'd have to do more actual research on that to really judge. It's not like it matters. I'm never going to review a Game Boy NES game. Well, that's not true. I'm going to review one Game Boy Pokemon game, Pokemon Crystal. But whenever we get there, I will eventually have to research that specific thing to determine if Pokemon Crystal gets that negative or not. Because I don't know. Brave Wanderer, let the hear a song. It's from Death Eagle. Death Eagle. What would you like to put that and another sub that you put towards? Because I need you to redistribute a sub. Please. I'm trying to get a hold of you. But alas, Death Eagle is already gone. But thank you very, very much. Yes, you put a sub towards a game that has been removed from the list, and therefore, I would ask you to redistribute it. Please. That's your song? I thank thee, friend. Were it not for lovers of music such as thee, my quest to emulate the legendary bard Galen would lose all meaning. Okay. I was expecting a dungeon over here. Welcome, wanderer, to the storied settlement of Galenholm. Okay, what do you got? There's the copper... Oh my god. Yeah, they're starting to get a little expensive. A little expensive. Thank you. Let's see. Is that an L? I can read my own chat here. I think that looks like an L. Thank you very much, Zach Elspur. Very, very much for the sub. Much obliged. And if you happen to know what you'd like to put that donation towards, please let me know. Sorry, so the new setup, I've got the console here, so my entire monitor is the game, right? I've got my phone as my chat. And nobody helped me with this, and I couldn't find anything about increasing the chat size on the phone, so I'm just kind of stuck with this for right now. Besides, that is way outside my price range. Thou art to come from Tantago? Then surely thou didst espy a cavernous shrine on thy journey here. 'Tis said 'twas built to honor the name of the mighty hero Erdrick. Aw. Here's our item, sure. Thou knowest of the cause of his majesty's woe, dost thou not? Well, I did chance to espy the culprits. Who? Why, the foul fiends that did bear off with Princess Gwaelin. Eastward did they fly, ever eastward. Is there none in this realm with the courage enough to go and rescue her? Yeah, those soldiers who failed earlier. There is? Then I bid thee bear word to this brave soul, whomever it may be. Tell him the princess was taken to the east! Well, you already... Okay, thank you. You got it. I can put that towards Metro 2033. Assuming that's already on the list, which I think it is. I'll blindly presume it's already on the list. Dead Cells. 400 games. And the only one you're interested in is Dead Cells, Death Eagle. That's terrifying. But Dead Cells it shall be. Games. Okay. We already have a torch. And we don't have the money to start getting herbs yet. Oblivion! Crazy Norse. And of course we don't have a key. Well, shoot. Just scroll down a little bit, Death Eagle. And lo, it shall be. Well, now we're in a bit of a pickle. Now we've got to go over a bridge, and I don't think we're ready for that. But we were given a direction, which is east instead of southwest. So let's go east instead of southwest and see if we fight something that won't two-shot us like the Scorpion did. What's really funny about this game is it's really small. I know it probably isn't really gotten across, but the overworld is tiny in comparison to, say, FF1 and FF2's overworlds. Which, as I pointed out before, are actually the same size, but relatively huge by comparison. I mean, to give you a little bit of an idea... You see, we're the little feather. So, from the town to here is halfway across the world. From west to east. Just to give you an idea there. Like I said, this is like a 20-minute game. It's one of the reasons it has grind. One of the reasons. Fortunately, I haven't played this game in quite a while. In fact, I've never played this version of the game, so I don't remember exactly where I'm going. But we did just get a level up, so that's nice. And we got our first spell, which looks like that was Hurt, actually. Although they called it Sizz. I kind of liked Hurt. Unlikely, Loopy Cutie. Not unless I start to learn what I'm doing a little bit better. I'm glad you liked it, Game Master Me. Debating. I don't think there's anything over there. At the moment. At the moment, our overall goal is to get a source of more magic keys. I mean, our goal is to get stronger, but our other goal is to get some more magic keys. And with those magic keys, we will be able to find our way through several doors we've already encountered that we can't go through yet. So that's kind of our immediate goal. The medium goal is to get the 3 artifacts. The long-term goal is to kill the Dragon Lord. Cadence of Hyrule, you got it. Let me change your stuff here. Yeah, you can see why I was like, there's really only one game? That's just discouraging. Good lord. There's a lot of games on those lists. Like a lot. Alright, Ember must die. And then Spike. And then... So you notice how we're just kind of one-shotting everything and they're barely hurting us anymore? This is what I mean about the significant and noticeable increase in power. I love the fact that there's a quick save. Okay, so... Increase in difficulty. We might not be able to take this guy out. Okay, we actually managed it. Holy crap. He gave us 20 gold, by the way. So I think what we're going to do is we're going to hang out on this side of the bridge. In fact, actually, let's go and heal ourselves. Don't even have to target who we're targeting, because we only have one target. Some people... Yumibris. Some people have argued that this character specifically is actually the single strongest party character, player character in the whole Dragon Quest series. Why? He's the only one who could do everything he does without a party. He solos the whole game. Nope, damn it. Alright, let's try Sizz. Oh wow, we have no mana. Yeah, okay, so we still can't take a Scorpion. No! And we're dead. Hang on. Hang on. That's true. The Dragon Lord is actually kind of low tier. But, Yeah, quick save is already proving to make... I I was thinking about using save states if we were going to play this, you know, on the NES version. But oh, yeah, okay. Whew. Over here, actually, as we can. What's doubly funny is, you know how I've talked about this in the FF reviews and lore runs. What they would do back in the day is they would paint, usually with squares, areas, and those areas have certain... Oh, Jesus Christ, run. Those squares have certain types of enemies that they can pull from that you encounter when a random encounter happens. What's funny about this is there's, I think, 5... Hang on, 1, 2... No, I'm wrong. There's 4 encounter states on the whole world. There's the newbie area, the secondary area, the tertiary area, and the final area, and that's it. Thou art Erdrick, art thou not? Word of thy quest to defeat the Dragonlord has reached even into this far-flung place. Alas, thy foe... Alas, thy foe is blessed with strength beyond reckoning. I mean, he is a dragon. And I cannot suffer thee to go to thy certain doom. Therefore, thou must first be tested. Somewhere in this world there's a harp, unto whose melody the beasts of the wild do flock as moths to a flame. Bring me this curious instrument, and the staff of rain shall be thine. You can also get it before you come here. That's a good question, Crazy Norse. It's a really good question. Now we gotta get out of here alive. Okay. Let's go get a sizz out. I have actually streamed and reviewed Enderal, Zach Elsmer. Okay. I think we're gonna go get a mana refill. That should be okay. Notice our spells are actually reasonably strong. It's just we get 2 of them. That's the catch. We do not have a large mana pool, at least not yet. What level are we right now? 4. As a reminder, the absolute no-really task timing lowest level you can beat this game at is 7. The lowest level you are intended to beat the game at is 17. It's balanced for about level 20. And the max is 30. Yeah, my HP pool is not huge either. That's true, I've never actually heard of a mod, Crazy Norse. Could you explain this strange and unusual concept to me? What's my gold at? Ah, still not enough. Whatever. Need to recoup. I mean, I have no plans to, Carwelos. So that's kind of a not my decision sort of a thing. Okay, now we have 10 mana. That means we can cast 5 hurts, or 3 heals. I don't understand the question, Death Eagle. I mean, I accept bits and Twitch subs and Stripe. Actually, don't do Stripe. And Patreon, obviously. So we're at an interesting part of the game. We're just a little bit too low level to be comfortable in the level 2 zones. The World 2 zones, whatever you want to call that. But that's the only place to go right now. So I think we're just going to go for it. See what happens. Well, Thank you, Death Eagle. I assume you also want to put those towards Cadence? And thank you. That's what I'm thinking. See, what I'm going to do is I'm going to try and hang out here a little bit. I'm going to do an old RPG standby. Roam into this area and try to get non-scorpions. Although I could try sizzing these, because that's going to do some decent damage. And the idea is to try and go ahead and get enough gold to be able to go buy a frickin' sword. Come on. Death Eagle 007. There we go. And thank you again, Death Eagle, for the bits. So how to do games enter the list? Well, first you suggest a game. Then I vet it, because we are way harsher about adding games to the list than we have ever been. Not counting when the list was actually closed. And if it's vetted, then it's added to the list. But it does require money. A game cannot be added to the list by suggestion. It requires an actual donation of some kind. Like from Kyphrin there. Thank you very much, Kyphrin. And I've put that towards Chrono Cross. Thank you. Yeah, as a reminder, this is approximately half as grindy as the actual original NES version. They're giving literally double the experience and gold in the early area that they did back in the NES version. No, the list is not closed. Sorry. The point I was trying... Let me try to structure this sentence a little bit. The list was closed, past tense, for about 1.5 years. And I hated that. And so I wanted to get rid of that. So the list is no longer closed, and hopefully will never close again. That being said, we are very harsh about adding games to the list because we've been too lenient about adding games to the list. That's what that boils down. I am going to grab a copper sword. Yeah, I guarantee we would already have at least 2 negatives to gameplay that this version does not have, which... I hate to keep harping on that point, but this is already so much less janky than I was expecting. I don't know what to say to that Death Eagle, if I'm being honest. That's why I didn't say anything. I don't know. I don't think much of myself, as you may or may not be aware. But... I don't know. Thank you for being honest, I think is the best thing to say to that. It certainly means something to me, whether it means anything to anyone else or not. Because I only decided to play this version yesterday, Blue Wolf Alex. In other words, I never expected this version to be janky. This is a last-minute schedule change. I actually bought these games on the Switch yesterday, which is a shame because they were on sale when they first hit the Switch, and I didn't buy them back then. That's why they're right here on the top of my list, because I just bought all 3 of these. Alright, so we have a copper sword. Let's grab a save. Quick save. Much better damage. You are correct, Starscream. I should just leave this up here. This just keeps coming up. There it is. Dragon Warrior. I know it's... There. I'll do that. There, now you can see. Dragon Warrior. I'll just put it on my head. Wait, no, I've got it. So I'm kind of being careful because this is actually my original cartridge in here. I'll just kind of... Hang on. I gotta, like, balance this here. On my face. There we go. This is not working. But as I explained earlier, back in the day, there was a pen and paper RPG which held the copyright on the name Dragon Quest, and then Enix actually bought that company and bought the copyright out from under them, so they could release their games going forward just under the name Dragon Quest. Which is why this version, even though it's released in the West, you actually see it says right there, is called Dragon Quest. Oh yeah, that copper sword. You see what I mean by a significant increase in output? Just the copper sword, and all of a sudden I'm good to go for the World 2 enemies. When was the last time I actually played this? That would have been 2006, and I can actually point to that pretty specifically because I've mentioned this before. Back in 2006, I did a bit of a replay of a lot of older games because I suddenly could. You know, my life had stabilized from, you know, I was no longer killing myself at college. I was no longer literally living on the streets. And I could just actually relax and play video games again. So I picked up a lot of older games that I'd played as a child and played through them again to, you know, enjoy them again or hate them again or whatever. It's actually when I replayed FF1 on the NES, too. I've referenced that a couple times. Only for 5 months, Death Eagle, but yes. Let's go ahead and get a heal in. That was back in the early aughts. That would have been 2003, I think. Yeah, that sounds right. Early 2003. No, don't apologize. It's fine. I don't bring it up to get sympathy. It's just... It has... Oh, God. Hey, it's the guy who killed me! It just informed a lot of my life. That's all. Oh, man. So I don't know if you saw that. He was on part to quad killing me. Like, he would have killed me in 4 hits if I didn't burn a sizz on him. Yeah, let's start heading back to the inn now. I think we've gotten a good chunk of gold from this excursion. This is how this game is going to function, by the way. Head out until you're at the point where you need to head back. Head back, recover, buy new stuff, head out, etc., etc. That's the format of this game in a nutshell right there. Man, I'm sorry, I never finished answering you, Blue Wolf Alex. Yeah, as I mentioned earlier, I didn't know that there was such a substantial difference between the versions of the NES version and the Switch version. So I was like, screw it, I'm just going to play the NES version, why not? And then a friend of mine, Pax, I've mentioned him a few times, was like, you realize there's a lot of under-the-hood changes, right? And I'm like, what do you mean? And I found a list, and there's actually a full... in-depth list of exactly what was changed under the hood. It is actually quite substantial of a list, as I referenced earlier. A lot of specific enemy changes, you know, how much gold and experience enemies give, which encounters you fight where, etc., etc., etc. More changes for 2 and 3 than for 1. But still substantial changes. And I was like, oh, okay, screw it, let's just play the Switch versions. Actually, I asked Savicom, because she's the majority shareholder in this run. And she said that she didn't care, so I decided to go ahead and play the Switch version. Anyways, yes, this game came out before FF1. Not by much, but it did. Alright, let's see what we can afford. Oh yes, all of these are just modern convenience features, like Blue Wolf Alex was referencing. Long, long ago, when the great bard Galen did at last bring his wanderings to an end, 'twas here that he did settle. Thus did the town which sprang up around his dwelling come to be known as Galenholm. Admittedly, just Dragon Quest II is what made me decide this. I've already said this. I'll say this again when we start Dragon Quest II. But when we get to Dragon Quest II wasn't fully playtested, and thus was what I would argue to be broken in its late game, similar to Mother Zero, if you're familiar with that story. This version, the Switch version, is not. The Switch version actually has playtesting and has actual design to it, so we won't have that problem. And that's what changed my mind. I could probably sway playing 1 and 3 on the NES without any real problems, but 2? Ugh. 2 was going to be problematic. Well, I am incredibly stupid, Blow Off Alex, but I don't have another answer for you on that one. I'm sorry. I really would like that, but I don't have the money yet. We've got a goal in mind. 300 at a minimum. Let's do this. I suppose you of all people would understand my mentality, though, Blow Off Alex, given how many bad ports or, you know, boring, lazy ports there are out there. FF10, excuse me. So I sort of defaulted to the idea that it was a lazy port. The migraine's almost gone, too. I actually... I feel bad about this, but I actually laid down for like an hour and a half. Cranked the rumination out as quickly as I could. Got it set up in rendering. And then just laid down, put the heat thing on my eyes. And just conked out until the oven beeped at me. We don't need to use a torch yet. I'm not sure we should be here yet, which is why I'm not using it yet. So far, they seem to be helping. They certainly relax me, if nothing else. Yeah, so we might not be ready for this area, which is why I'm not using my torches yet. Let's go ahead and burn a spell. This is gonna suck, I think. Okay, that wasn't too bad. There's a lot of gold, too. But that means we can't hang here very long, so let's go ahead and start getting back to the entrance already. We're not quite ready for this place. We're just under ready for this place. As long as our mana pool holds out. There's level 6. Oh, we got a gold. Getting there. A couple more battles and we'll actually be ready for that mail. I'm pretty sure I was referencing the anime Starscream. But you're right, I don't actually like anime. Doesn't mean I don't know about it, just means I don't like it. Where are we at? Let's see if we can hang 2 more battles. Just 2 more. Captain, jeez. I might actually burn my herb. Yeah, let's do it. Really need this gold upgrade, so I'm gonna push for this. And this is why. Nope. I mean, you're correct, Crazy Norse, and everyone points that out. But, I mean, there are people who don't like movies, so that's whatever. I'm not one of them, but... Whoops, damn it. I keep accidentally attacking when I'm not meaning to. There we go. Alright, let's not overextend. Let's go ahead and head back now and buy that chainmail. By the way, you're going to hear the first, like, 3 seconds of that combat music a lot. It's probably not as bad as some later Dragon Quest games, but... I mean, that's just what it is, you know. At least it goes by very quickly. Mario Golf on the Switch sucks, Death Eagle. Get Splatoon 2. Even my niece likes Splatoon 2. Alright, so first and foremost, let's get a recovery in. At a place that's cheaper than that. See you around, Game Master. So, chainmail. Sell our leather. Yeah, Mario Tennis on the Switch just sucked. I was really, really disappointed by that. I was actually looking forward to it. Oh, did you say golf or... Hang on. Scroll back up. Oh, you did say golf. I'm sorry. Sorry, I was thinking tennis. I apologize. I'm still going to say Splatoon 2. Because Splatoon 2 is out and good, and golf is not, and who knows. I have no idea, Zach Elsmer. I'm not interested in the Souls series, so that's kind of up to you, not me, if you know what I mean. Like, that'll never be on Lore's list. But, hello, Elizar. That being said, if, you know, some year I actually get a hold of a PS5, that would at least be on the table. But if you donated for it right now, I would say no, because I don't have a PS5. You were right, Blue of Alex. God, I was so hopeful. Maybe I was just blind by the possibilities, because the idea of a story-focused, you know, campaign Mario tennis game just sounded awesome to me. And by that point in life, I'd been recently introduced to whatchafig, Golf Story, which is an awesome game, by the way. Yeah, I don't generally do emulation if I can avoid it, Zach, because this is my job, and so I like to be nice and safe and legal, you know. Truth be told, the only thing about the graphics I don't like is the character sprites. The background's fine. In fact, it's decently touched up. It's basically early SNES era. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if this is based off of the SNES graphics. The only thing I don't like is the character, and I don't think that's worthy of a negative. The thing I was going to use to decide that was how the enemies look. And, well, their clay look is... well, it's lazy is what it is. It's not that bad. There's a term for that. I can't remember what it's called. It's when you just kind of blur all the pixels to make it look like it's not pixelated. Like, there's a style to doing that, and I don't remember what it's called. A lot of companies will do that, because you can just apply it as a filter to the image and not have to actually do any work on it. So when I say it's lazy, I mean that literally. It's just apply as a batch process when you're done. There's only one song I like in this game, Elizar, but usually I'm not actually into Dragon Quest music, so that's a whatever. I mean, that sounds like a terrible idea to me, Zach. That's 2 skeletons we've killed. Let's grab a save after having killed that skeleton. That was close. In fact, we're gonna grab a heal, too, while we're at it. Yikes. Does this answer you, Melodal? Okay. I mean, I think FF6 is the worst game ever made, personally. That's why I hope to review it one more time, just to really hammer in how terrible it is. Well, it's funny you say that, because Toriyama did actually do all the artwork for this franchise, and continues to do so to this very day. It's actually funny. I've talked about this before. In fact, this came up during the Dragon Quest XI run. I actually kind of like some of the art style in the Dragon Quest games. I don't like the art style in the old Dragon Ball stuff. have to keep preventing my phone from going to sleep on the chat. I can't disagree with that, Blue of Alex. I also had to specify older Dragon Ball style, because I haven't seen his newer stuff. I know he's kept going. I don't know if it looks different or not. Yeah, it came up in a topic, though, because I made the exact same comment during Dragon Quest XI, and someone's like, but it's the exact same art! I had to actually pull up the images side by side and point out how they were different. Like, from a fundamental perspective. You can tell that he draws this stuff differently than he draws the Dragon Ball stuff. Now, I don't know if that's time, or if it's just approach. Like, maybe he literally approaches it from a different perspective. I'm not sure. But it is a noticeable variance. And I do prefer this style, personally. Ironically, I don't really care for the art style of Chrono Trigger that much either, but... Neither here nor there. The artwork, I should clarify. The art style in-game is great. I love the sprite work of Chrono Trigger. Believe it or not, no, Zach Taft. I'm not a fan of concealed carry. Strange. I know. This goes over here. This goes over here. It's getting a little dangerous. Well, it might be just the time then thing that I theorized. Well, like I said, I don't know. I'm not familiar with the manner of his work, really. Yeah, we learned snooze, which, believe it or not, is actually a really useful spell. As I mentioned, status effects actually work in this game. Keep conserving mana for right now, because I think we're going to need it for healing. Oh, I hate those cutscenes, S.A. Ross. Oh. I mean, they're the best thing ever. Please don't kill me. What are we doing on money? Still not there. Not really. Although there was something in the original called But Thou Must. How many of you know the actual context of But Thou Must? Yeah, isn't like the main character of Dragon Quest XI almost copy-paste a Dragon Ball character? Or vice versa? So, I'll just explain, since we're just running around killing mobs and getting money right now anyways. Back in the original... Oh, hey, I found the way forward, without meaning to. I'll go ahead and use it. Since we're here. Back in the original, there's a princess. And when you... Oh, really? This is just a dead end? Oh, whatever. And when you find her, she says that she has fallen in love with you because you rescued her. Anyways, I haven't shrug. Then she asks you, do you love me in return? You can say no, and if you do, she says, but thou must. And if you say no forever, she will just continuously say, but thou must. Thou must love me. Why don't you love me? Until you finally admit that you love her. And then the game can continue. It has since taken on the meaning of shorthand for a point in which a game gives you a fake choice. In other words, you don't actually get a choice, it's just you have to do this. Ooh. That is a lot of gold. Let's not burn it. But I do love the fact that the original connotations behind "but thou must" is "but thou must love me" to finish the sentence. What's really funny is at a part of this game, you are offered the throne. You have no choice but to decline, funnily enough. But the thing I find funny about that is that, as we find out by Dragon Quest II, thanks to the fact that we married the princess and had children, we kind of get the throne anyways by virtue of being next in line. I'm not sure why we turned down the throne to begin with. I mean, yes, that's very irritating to me, Elizar, but usually I tend to know those are coming, so I'm prepared and ready to mute or block or whatever. Yeah, we made the king keep doing his job, so we could go off and adventure. The king's like, but someone needs to run the kingdom. Yeah, you're doing a decent job. Peace! I'm heading out with your daughter. But, okay. If you think about it, it's kind of a selfish but clever way to deal with it. I want to retire. Nope. Ah, dang it. Got that one. Although I do have one more heal, I might be able to be okay with progressing. I'm just getting so much gold and I'm starting to get nervous about it. Like, losing 450 gold right now would really hurt. Oh sure, kings retire all the time. We approach the king. What are you doing, my son? Succeeding you, father. Well, we don't have warp yet. And I'm trying to remember the way out of here, to be honest. Let's go and get a safety heal in. Okay, so it should be this way. Yep, there it is, there it is. Okay. Saddest moment in any video game ever is the ending of Lufia 2. Don't ask me to explain that, because I'm not going to. While we're here. I'm not going to explain it there either, Savicom. Probably. I'll go ahead and waste the 3 gold. In movies, the beginning of Up. Okay, what can we afford? All kinds of stuff. That's an increase of 10 defense. That is a 50% increase in overall defense. I'm going for that. I guess the axe will be our next goal. Let's go ahead and grab a hard save while we're out here. I guess there's no reason to. Meh, screw it. Quick saves for days. Yeah, the ending song of Lufia 2 is brilliantly composed. But Lufia 2 had a good soundtrack in general, which is especially weird compared to Lufia 1. Don't mistake me, Lufia 1's soundtrack isn't bad, but it uses a very, very inferior sound font. It's like comparing Mega Man X1 to Mega Man X2 music-wise. There's just no comparison, at least on basis of the sound font. My stepmother has a thing against video games. She kind of puts up with my job because of the fact that I am financially successful. So she has to acknowledge the fact that, you know, I have a good job. But for the longest time, it took me months to get used to the point of not bringing up work or video games around the table, because she would get really upset if I did, and I don't want to piss her off, obviously, so... Well, I could have done that instead of laying down, Mr. Red, which probably answers your question. I sort of forgot to buy torches. So let's go buy some torches. Truth be told, I probably won't until Sunday, Mr. Red. Sundays are when I tend to do my theater or non-stream related work. Which game has touched me emotionally the most? FF6. That's such an easy answer. It is probably at least part of why FF6 is so high on the list for me. I mean, the fact that it's a fun game to play on the gameplay axis is a lot of that. If FF6 was a game I had to endure for the story, it would not be my favorite game of all time. It doesn't work that way for me. I need to have fun playing the game, you know? But from a story axis, FF6 connects on so many different levels. Oh, I couldn't do that, Shihali. I have seen that, yes. But I could not do that. Okay, let's buy some torches. Well, then I'd have to think about it, Crazy Horse. Let's go and buy a second torch while we're here. FF8 is the greatest game of all time. I would say FF6 is pretty noob-friendly, yes. It is tied, for having the most convenience features of any FF, and it has excellent game design in every respect except for one. And that is arguably its biggest flaw from a game design perspective, which is a shame. Which is funny, because the other game that has the most convenience features does well in that respect. 7. 7's the other one with the most convenience features. 7 and 6 are king when it comes to convenience features. If you remember, I was paying attention to that specifically when I was going through the review series. Oh, you mean this? I can't go this way! Okay. Torch. Save. Probably should have saved before doing that. Whatever. Okay. Back to it. Here's a funny little anecdote. I've played Lufia 1 before Lufia 2. But I beat Lufia 2 before Lufia 1. Before I beat Lufia 1. And I've only ever played through Lufia 1 once. Honestly, that game just didn't really work for me all that well. It's got a lot of early RPG problems with it. Like Boff 1, you know? And that's why Lufia 1 is the worst game ever made, and anyone who thinks otherwise is just a raving madman. Or woman, I suppose. I don't really get offended at games, Elizar, so not applicable. Hey, Daedalus. Don't worry, this isn't actually jank. It's just... Okay, so here's the thing. I was actually going to reposition this game in the block. The problem is, Savicom has, like, now free to watch, and she's the one who donated for this game primarily. She's the majority shareholder. So, this isn't really the jank block, but I can't move this back out of the jank block, because this is when she has free to watch, right? So, we're not actually in the jank block. Asterisk. The worst game of all time? Well, I can only really rate that as the games I've played and reviewed. And that would probably be Anthem. Now, that being said, whenever we review Ride to Hell Retribution or Drakengard, that's a good point. This is the jank break. Let's call it that. This is the jank break. Because as soon as we get back to Drakengard, we're going right back to the jank block. Drakengard and Ride to Hell Retribution might challenge Anthem for worst score of any game I've reviewed. That's not a joke. Ride to Hell Retribution. Easy answer, Mr. Red. I hope I don't offend anybody or hurt anybody's sensibilities because of how much I hate Drakengard and how much I am probably going to review it very badly. Of course, I don't have a key. Well, we've gotten tons of gold, so that's not something. I mean, Drakengard is slow and boring. And that's its primary sin. In my opinion. It's a Dynasty Warrior game that has very slow, non-interactive combat. It's more or less literally mashing A. For huge swaths of enemies for long stretches of time with boring music playing and uninteresting visuals. And that's not even getting into the control issues or the psychotic nature of the story. And when I say psychotic, I mean that more or less literally, by the way. Yeah, the whole game is just kind of sluggish. It's pretty much the diametric opposite of Nier Automata, put it that way. Ooh, that hurt. I don't think anybody actually likes Sharpedo, but no, I do not. Yeah, Dragon Quest 1. So someone asked earlier, what's more simple? Final Fantasy Mystic Quest or Dragon Quest 1? The answer is Dragon Quest 1. This is bare bones in as much of a way as it possibly can be. I mean, we have 6 spells total. At least I think it's 6. Hang on, it's heal, heal more, hurt, hurt more, sleep, and zoom. And I think that is it, so yeah. I could be wrong about that. Oh, hey, well, there's the door. Oh yeah, also, Drakengard is gross. It's okay, we'll be playing the English version, which is substantially less gross. The original Japanese is much grosser. No voice acting, period, Sovacom. It's not like gore, it's just gross. Yes, Drakengard is the one where the sister is desperately trying to have sex with you at all times. There's also a pedophile and a child eater. As in, someone who is a cannibal but exclusively eats children. Babies, preferably. So yeah, no, Drakengard is gross. On purpose, too. It was part of the point of the narrative. These are 3 separate people that I just referenced. Seed of Strength, hey. Seed of Magic, hey. Increase max stats. Increase max stats. Very worth it. I'm not into horror games at all, Eleazar. Never have been. The protagonist is a bloodthirsty monster who delights in torturing and killing people. He is pretty much, if you think mass murdering psychopath, whatever you're picturing is pretty accurate for the main character of Drakengard. It depends at that point, Eleazar. Is he entertaining? No. He can't speak. No, Kefka is charismatic. I have to think about it to come up with another character that... I can't think of his name all of a sudden. Is like Kaim. That's it, Kaim. I mean, that's actually the point, Crazy Norse. No, really, that is actually the point. Sephiroth? No? No. But yeah, the point was, they wanted to make a story about a typical gamer and explain how awful, like, it's like, oh my god, RPG protagonists are so evil and horrific and terrible, terrible human beings. Let's make a game about where all of those characters are like that, but in lore. And that's Drakengard's main cast. And that's the point. That's why they're all despicable, disgusting, horrible people. Is because that's what he thinks a typical gamer is like. Now, you can make a joke about that, as several people in chat already did. Maybe it's just me, but I actually find that personally insulting. That's bad. Oh, that's much worse. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh my god. Save. Ooh. Ooh. I don't know if Unfalcon say. Maybe it's just me, but and the type of people I hang out with. But most of the gamers I've interacted with are, you know, the kind of person who's like, oh, thank God I can pet the fox. To use a recent example. Anyways, no, I've never seen Death Battle. I think I've heard of that, but I've never seen it. Jeez Louise. This is bad, actually. Yeah, hugging Tali, Mass Effect 2. Oh no, I need to do this side quest or else this NPC will be disappointed in me. I mean, come on. Of course, now we get an Iron Shield. Thanks, game. We need to get out of here. Also, Undertale made an entire game about the idea of not being a mass-murdering psychopath. And an entire game about being a mass-murdering psychopath, depending on how you play it. You can do both, though. Or either, I should say. But yeah, point being, screw Drakengard. I can't wait to give it 7 trillion negatives and be yelled at in the comments section for it. This is getting really bad. I need to go left and then down. Or down and then left, rather. And then up. Yep, up here. Upper left. Who desperately want to have sex with their sisters, Daedalus. Don't forget about that. Oh, you mean non-jokingly. Sorry. We're going to try to flee from that. No, don't shoot. And we're dead. Hang on. Yeah, we overextended a little bit. No, Spec Ops The Line doesn't have any parallels to that, in my opinion. Certainly not deliberately. Whoop. Okay, where are we? No, he'd probably kill himself, Elizar. Nothing left, you know, Etch-a-Sketch. Okay, where am I in this dungeon? Okay, I see where I am. Well, Spec Ops The Line is on the list, although not the queue. We'll probably get there someday. Also, if I could just be blunt for a second. If you want to have, you know, the typical gamer and actually make them an interesting and engaging character, you make Travis. Or wait. Oh god, I can't think of his name. Is it Travis? No, that's wrong. What's his name? Of course I can't think of the name of the character. It's Trevor. Trevor, there we go. God. Yeah, I didn't get the shield yet. Sorry, I meant Trevor. I meant Trevor. Of course it's a skeleton. Not a monostel. I'm just going to try and flee. I really need to get out of here. Whoop, too early. Too early. I mean, I guess that's up to you, Elizar. I don't know. It's not exactly like he's the first villain who wants to wipe out everything, you know. Oh, Trevor is a much worse human being, but a much better character. And that's my point. Kame is a bad character, in addition to being a bad person. And that's kind of my main complaint. This is the Switch version, Disco. See? Switch. I should make that my take a drink. But I can't, because I have no water here. I have no water. It's gone. But I'm not moving until I get out of the stupid cave. Oh my gosh. If I get out of this cave. Yes, I must rise to get some water. I should probably do a stretch break, too. Where am I at? How many of you do stretch breaks with me? Idle curiosity. No judgment, but it's just, you know... If you sit for a living, you should probably do stretch breaks regularly. That's all. I don't think so, no, Elizar. He's a very understandable and relatable character in his own right. And he is fairly consistently written. Like, I can't think of anything that's badly written about him off the top of my head. Well, I'd help you, Mr. Red, but I literally cannot abide being seen while exercising, so I can't actually help you, sorry. What I can abide is getting bits from Daedalus. Just barely, though. That's the limits of tolerance right there. Oh my god. Ah! I might look up a map for this place. I think I've actually swept it other than the thing I can't get right now, though. Oh, nope, it's up, it's up, it's up. I cannot off the top of my head, Daedalus, I'm sorry. I am too terrible. What are we up to? We're up to 1,000 gold, though, that's good. And we're free. Oh, thank God. Okay, let's grab a save. And we actually have good music playing, too. Yay! Yay, music. Music's awesome. Switching to here so I can click this thing from our sprues. Let's see, is there anything I'm missing in there? I got that. That's the chest. Looks like there are a couple things I'm actually missing in there. So I'll probably head back in. Thank you, Daedalus, very much. I will put those towards Spec Ops the Lions. Give me a moment to jot those down. It's always hardest to start, I've found. Okay, stretch break, and I'm gonna get some water. Be right back. You know, that's sort of sad, Alex. I mean, I get it, collector's items, but God, it's such a waste of money. It's like the NES copy of Super Mario Brothers, which sold for a couple million. And I just look at my copy of Mario Brothers like, why? It's like Harriant. Well, that's not fair. Harriant is actually Vito, S.A. Ross. Harriant is worth that kind of money. But I mean, who else is? Is anyone else worth that kind of money? Not sure anyone really is. Sorry, this just arrived. Well, you'd have to watch the low run for the full answer to that. I'm not going to go into detail on that right now, Elizar. Sorry. There we go. Thank you very much, Ariant. As ever. Much appreciated. How many is that? 5. To King's Quest. To King's Quest. Headphones. There we go. Yeah, I'm actually really happy with the StarCraft lore, even though it's one of my older ones. Ta-da! Okay. Back to the game. Okay. Onwards. Let's get back to town. Yeah, ironically, 3 of my favorite lore runs are the Diablo lore run, the WoW lore run, and the StarCraft lore run. Yeah, you already said that, Alex, and I already commented on it, too. Proof positive that Alex does not listen to the lore runner. This just in. Alex hates lore. Film at 11. That's true, I do love Blizzard. I hope Dreamhaven manages the same level of overall quality. Okay. I would like to buy some things. I'm glad someone's getting use out of it, Melkor. That was a bit of an irritant to set up, and like $70. Or was it 90? I forget. It was less than 100, but more than 50, whatever it was. Okay. Let's get that axe. Equip the axe. Sell the copper sword. I mean, copper would be a terrible weapon if you think about it. Alright. Let's grab a save so we can say thank you to Elizar. Thank you, Elizar. As always, appreciate those subs. Thank you. Let me know when you decide. Write that down here. There we go. And hand sanitizer, thank you very much. As ever and always. Appreciate. I don't know if I'd call myself great. I do feel in a decent mood today, probably because I'm not playing Albion, but also because my frickin' migraine's gone. But honestly, I was just thinking about this while I was exercising just now. This reminds me of Final Fantasy I, in a good way. Do you remember the FF lore run, where I was just racing through FF1? Like, we got through that game in like 4 hours or something. You remember that? But the point is, I never really ran out of things to talk about, and the whole thing felt like it was smooth. I don't know how to better put that. I felt like it was this one big smooth run with no dead time and no boring time and whatever, right? And that's generally my goal when it comes to streaming. Minimize dead time and increase smoothness of playstyle. Anytime where I have absolutely nothing to say and nothing to talk about just tends to be, you know, a failure on my part, or on the game's part. Or both. Much better in the armor department. A skeleton's only hitting us for 4 at this point, so we're doing way better. Now that's still 1/10 of our health. But yeah, positives and negatives and all that. Well, we probably should go ahead and mention that this is going to get a innovator. This is not the first RPG, and it's not the first JRPG, but this is the first JRPG. Dragon Quest I started the JRPG concept and genre. There's no arguing this. So, we will add innovator point for launching JRPGs as a concept. mean, they hated it, Mr. Red, but they were bored. Yes, Undertale is actually the first JRPG. Funny fact. Do I like AVGN? Not really. Have I met James Rolfe? Don't know who that is, so I'm gonna go with no. Alright, where are we? Yeah, JRPGs are known for huge cutscenes and weird, outlandish stuff, and this is just a dude saving a princess to defeat a dragon. Lots of cutscenes at the beginning, couple cutscenes in the middle, couple cutscenes at the end. And that's kind of it. Okay, so I have a map. I'm gonna go ahead and use the map just to expedite this a little bit. So we need to go there. Oh wow, it's actually a bit of a trip. All right. So what's the fastest way? It looks like this is the fastest way. Oh yeah, gotta have the single-digit drop rate. And slow leveling progress. As in, you know, each level is only a small increase in power. No, I think I'm missing 2 things here. Well, technically I'm missing 3 things. I'm gonna get all 3. Level 9. We're actually about halfway where we want to be. Glow! Hey, I'll go ahead and cast that. Hey! Just for the hell of it. Up, over, down. Whoop. Sonic Adventure DX. That I can do. Give me one moment. Put that here. So done. Yeah, FF1 also kind of started the science fiction in fantasy thing, too. For good and for bad. What the heck is motivational music, Gum Gum? And no, I suppose. Listen, Peach is busy, okay? Except when she's actually a playable character, when she's a total badass. You've got the eye of the montage, the feeling so strong. With Tony beside me, I just can't go wrong. Dark Leviathan just tipped $3 on me. I've got the eye of the Leviathan. Anyways, no is the answer to your question, Gum Gum. Each time you show a little bit of improvement, to show it all will take too long. You gotta have a montage. I mean, come on. Yeah, Kay designed that one, Melkor. Anyways, thank you very much for the donation, Dark Leviathan. You gotta give me a second to go see what you donated for, because that's over here. For Bloodborne, no! It's getting close to full, isn't it? That's the number 64. That'll be the jank block 2. That's not jank. That'll have to be the hell block. It's actually not a bad idea. We'll have the hell block. I believe he has done all of them, yes, Gum Gum, but I'm not 100% on that. No, the spell worn out. Go ahead and grab this shield. Okay, now we've gotten everything in here. Now we leave. Probably electricity. more utility than the other ones. Nah, we'll be fine, Daedalus. You died! You dropped half your gold. Which at this point would be a lot. See you around, Walker. Have a good one. But yeah, the ability to create lava would be a pretty high tier power in combat, but not much use elsewise. Hey, you're the first person to notice that, Melkor. Or at least the first person to comment on it. Okay, so now... It's there in question mark because I'm not actually sure where to go with that yet. I'm still debating, honestly. I was debating putting a lowers block there, effectively dumping a lot of dealer's choice onto games I want to play, and then making a lowers block. But I was going to ask y'all what y'all thought about y'all before I just did it. Good night, Geludo. Do have a good one. I mean, everyone in chat's already answered you, Elizar, so that's why I haven't answered you. They kind of answered you for me. Like, alright, let's throw the food on the lava from about 6 to 7 feet away. Whoops! Okay, that food's burnt to a crisp instantly. Yeah, I don't think that's really useful when it comes to utility. Lava would be an offensive power. That is the power that you use to kill things. You summon lava on something's head. See Divinity Original Sin 2 for a good example of this. Whoop. Yep, I know where I am. Exit. Okay, so we're done with this cave. There's now 2 caves, which we've actually swept. Doing pretty good. You're probably thinking, that's it? 1 dungeon and 2 caves? Well, look at how many dungeons there are in the world. Honestly, we're probably about halfway through the game already. We're making good pace. I've talked before about this concept, but games like this, which smooth it out, work better for me. Let me explain that a little bit. One of the problems is saying goodnight to Crazy Norse. How do you say goodnight to a Crazy Norseman? One of the problems a lot of games have is they design their dungeons that you're supposed to go in and then go out and then go in and then go out, like multiple runs of the dungeon to actually finish it. But the problem is most RPGs and games in general, especially older ones, don't design the rest of the game around that concept. Instead, it's irritating, slow, and boring to do. As in... Well, like Albion, for example. Albion was designed that you were supposed to hit the dungeons in multiple takes. But just, as I talked about, just getting around is a pain in that game. But if the interface is smooth, and everything's quick and efficient to use, and there's no irritations in playing the mechanics of the game, then that happens. Then it's no longer as much of an issue to hit a dungeon multiple times, right? Instead it's just, oh, okay, well, let me head back out. Alright. Refresh, restock, and then you're right back in inside of like 2 minutes, you know what I mean? FF1 actually had this too, although FF1 it was much more irritating on the NES version, just like this one's much more irritating on the NES version. Because if you remember, you had to buy items individually in the NES version, along with other horrible problems the NES version had. You just noticed that, Alex? Well, that makes me sad. But thank you very, very much. Here, hang on, let me get you the overworld music. Like this. Thank you for the donation. Always appreciate. Thank you. I just touch my glasses. And that's all going towards the extant videos. Okay. I mean, I'd still probably go with Lightning, but if I had to pick from that list... Oh yeah, FF2 dungeons. Ugh. Honestly, water, especially if it's pure water, is probably the most useful there, so I'd probably go with that. I think the audit pushed it up. That's it, Ross. Okay, so we hit there. Let's... so we could hit there. We're doing pretty well for ourselves right now. We've actually covered half the overworld map already. Yes, really. Oh, I know, right, Shikor? Or worse, what if it was actually company policy? I mean, could you imagine playing a game where you could only buy one item at a time? That's an MMO with lots of people. EverQuest. I'm referencing EverQuest. Oh my god. Anyone remember when you could only buy one item at a time at EverQuest? Because I do. God. That was a big deal when they finally patched that out. Everyone I knew who was playing EverQuest was like, "Oh, thank God!" Every single one of us was like, "Oh, they're letting us buy multiple items at once." Oh. Oh, jeez, Alex. I don't make the rules, sir. I only enforce them. If I could visit a fictional world... Well, unfortunately, I have to ask you what tier Ellies are. And then you're going to say, what do the tiers mean? And then we're going to have to explain those. Good day, friend. Thou hast found thy way to the humble village of Cole. Ah. So, PG-13 warning. I forget where she is, but we'll find her. Prithee, stranger, tarry a while and hear news of the village. Yonder housewife goeth by the name of Claire. Her husband did depart in search of magic keys, and has yet to return. But what manner of man must he be to leave such a beauty to wallow in solitude and woe? Humph! Men. Ah, I must not bemoan my lot. My beloved husband possesseth great dreams. Far be it from me to hinder them. So the Sword of Legend is not to be found in this establishment either. Now that I think upon it, 'twould be strange for such a treasure to be bought and sold as if it were a common commodity. What do you got? Well, I'll take the armor. Or should I save? I think we'll save for right now. We're doing okay-ish. Locks, child, thine is a face fit only for the fairest of maidens. I do not doubt that thou art an uncommonly happy young fellow. Told you, there's a woman in every town. Hast thou set food upon the isle to the south of this place? No. Or foot, excuse me. 'Tis famed for the town of Rimuldar, which standeth proudly upon it. Behold the public baths. Enter, wonder, and cleanse thyself. There's a guy dreaming about Puff Puff. Lo, thou art fair indeed. Wilt thou sample the sensual Puff Puff for 20 coins? Sure. Puff Puff. Well, art thou now not alive with pleasure? Alas, the ritual is ended. Thy custom is e'er appreciated, noble sir. Pray visit us as often as the mood taketh thee. So she gives us a massage with her chest. I'm just going to go ahead and say that out there. That's what Puff Puff is. Here. In every other Dragon Quest game, it's something else. But in this one time, she massages your face specifically. It's a specific thing. She massages your face with her chest. This one time. No, that's not what I mean, Elizar. The tiers of insertion. My personal favorite is Dragon Quest VIII. My inventory's full. Let's get rid of the torch. Speaking of which, I need to actually sell that shield. While I'm thinking about it. Does anyone remember where the person is who buys the cursed items? Because I don't remember where they are off the top of my head. But yeah, they take that Puff Puff joke and run with it. In later things. Brave Erdrick, bearer of the blood of Erdrick, hero of legend, know that thy weapon will not serve to vanquish the Dragon Lord. The sword of thine ancestor remaineth still in this land. Seek it out, and let it cleanse the realm of evil once more. Yeah, thanks for making me walk through the death for that. Appreciate it, jackass. A traveler did tell me of a cave at the sea's edge south of this place in which languisheth a maiden most fair. But the cave in question is overrun with foul fiends. Pray, how can such a delicate damsel survive in such a hellish hole? More likely doth it seem that the traveler, driven mad with fear, did glimpse a phantom of his mind's own making. What do you got? Teleport. Now, there's only one teleport. It's just teleport right back to the castle. That's the teleport. That's it. Oh, we can just sell the choker here. Perfect. Have this cursed item. Thank you. Alright, so Tier 1 and Tier 5, Elizar? Well, Tier 1 is easy. Whoops. Pokemon. Any Pokemon, doesn't really matter which. Tier 5? That's trickier. I mean, Pokemon is also my Tier 0 pick, but that's neither here nor there. Let's get rid of the chainmail. I nuked my money, but that is a great suit of armor, so we're going to be doing great for a while now. Yeah, for some reason, this is true in the original too, cursed items sell for a decent amount, and it's best to just sell cursed items to the vendors. And they just buy them for a lot of money. I don't know. Okay, so that's where the princess is, but I don't think we can rescue her yet. I think we need to go there first, so let's do that. Oh, I am super not getting the flame sword. The flame sword, for those of you not aware, costs a lot of gold, and is almost immediately invalidated by the heroic sword, which I forget the name of. You know, the Erdrick sword. Which is better in every way, and doesn't cost a bagrillion gold. So, FYI, avoid the flame sword. It is not worth the time. For anybody who plays this game. You know, I review games for a living. And I'm just sitting here trying to think of any positives or negatives. And I'm failing at it. I mean, that is a good thing, really. If you remember, the FF1 review also had very few positives or negatives. It's really, really basic. And, well, it's not badly designed. I wouldn't give this music a positive. There's only one decent song, and that's this one. I might give a positive for adventuring tone. Again, Elizar, that would be Pokemon. It is the only world I would consider acceptable for Tier 0. I suppose one thing I could give a potential positive for. No. 5, I didn't come up with one. I still haven't come up with one for 5. I'm not sure about 5. 5, Lord Harrimont. Technically, yes, Zobe, but really our descendants will be. That'll be Dragon Quest 2. I always knew Slim Jim Reborn. Hang on, Elizar. I haven't even come up with a tier 5 yet. Yeah, tier 5 is, I call it the holodeck. Imagine that you load insert world onto the holodeck and you have total control over it. Believe it or not, that's a harder question for me than it should be, because, well, because of the same general reason tier 0 is such a hard question. What world do you want to do whatever with? It basically boils down to, what is a world you want to remake? You know, what's a world that you would like to redesign or mess with or work with or whatever, right? So it has to be something that interests you, but not as is, but also someplace that you would want to live in, you know, regardless of the circumstance. Ow! I just got new armor! And we're dead. Wow! Okay. Yeah, like, say, Warhammer 40k is a place I would never pick for tier 5. That's a good example. I wouldn't do Avatar: The Last Airbender, because I don't like that world. Probably 8s. Gum. Oh, no. Dragon Quest Builders 2. There you go. Easy answer. So, huh. I thought we could manage that, but obviously we can't. So, yeah. It's time to go through the poison area. Yeah, Malroth doesn't count, but, I mean, Malroth is awesome. Okay, hang on. Let me finish taking my notes here. Have some music. So we've got Overworld design, which is decent. The way that they do power increases, which is decent. Helpful NPCs, convenience features. All of that feels like an aggregate, so let's just bundle that all into an aggregate and say plus to gameplay. Find my plus to gameplay button. There it is. Boop. Why would you ever pick that, Melkor? Hello, the Beppo. Adventurous tone for the story positive. And that's probably the only story positive or negative we're going to give the entire game right there. There's not much there, you know. I would give a negative for interface, but the interface is fine. I'd give a negative for HUD, but the HUD is fine. I'd give a negative for graphics, but they're cool. And I'd give a negative for grind, but it's actually been pretty smooth. And I'd give a negative for arduousness, but it's really float. Like, they've improved all the negatives I had planned. I'm sorry, I keep saying that. It's just funny because that means I have no negatives or positives in mind. I'm just like, well... Alright. Enemy design? start a new aggregate. This is the greatest animation I've ever seen in the history of gaming. 2 frames of animation. No, I didn't actually mean to do that. We're not ready for this area. I mean, I guess we could go for it. When did we save last? Ah, screw it. Let's go for it. Leroy! We're gonna die. We haven't died yet. We made it! Thou art come unto the town of Rimuldar, stranger. We bid thee welcome. Knowest thou, wanderer, of the small shrine to the north and west of the village of Cole? Most curious old fellow doth dwell there all alone. Most curious indeed. What do you got? There's the magic armor, which is also invalidated by another piece of armor, which is better than it. Erdrick's armor. So we're not even going to bother with that. That's way too expensive for way too little gain. I mean, HP regen is nice, but it's once every 4 tiles, which isn't that great. That, on the other hand, I'm debating. 1,500. Greetings, I am a traveling merchant. Thinkest thou the townsfolk will suffer me to sell my wares here? Let us hope so. And he sells items. That's the one, Alex. Eek, who art thou? What business hast thou here? Canst thou not see that I am engaged in changing in my petticoats? Begone, thou lascivious knave, lest I call the guard. But... okay. By thy costume, friend, I gather thou art somewhat enamored of the great hero Erdrick. Thou then knowest the mystery of the Savior's origins? Some say Erdrick was sent unto us from a realm beyond the clouds. Okay, funny fact. That line is actually in the original NES. And no, they didn't plan that. Prithee, who art thou, good sir? Thou art not of Rimuldar, that much is certain. If thou art weary with travelling, thou couldst do worse than to seek lodging at the fine inn of my family. I am come in search of a merchant rumored to purvey magic keys, and yet, though I search high and low, I find no such man. 'Tis vexing in the extreme. Legends tell of how the mighty Erdrick did use the Rain's bow as a bridge to reach the Forsaken Isle north and west of here. They speak also of how they did descend into the darkness through a hidden doorway in the throne room of his foe. Wanderer, if on thy travels thou shouldest chance to meet the descendant of the Saviour of Erdrick, promise me this. Promise me thou wilt tell him all I have told thee now. Verily shall it stand him in good stead. So if those of you not aware, Erdrick's from another world. Spoilers. But that isn't revealed until Dragon Quest III, and that's backloaded storytelling. They came up with that after that line. Probably because of that line, honestly. What bringeth thee hither, friend? I came from Cole for to ply my wares, though it meant parting from my beloved wife, Claire. Alas, I cannot risk the homeward journey lest monsters attack. It seems I will not be leaving Rimuldar for a while yet. Ah, well, I know how it is. I shall not dwell upon the Dragon Lord's coming, lest the thought of it prevent me from plying my trade. Oh dear. Doubt not that the fiends are coming. Our town, too, will be laid waste ere long. O holy goddess, deliver us from this evil. Can there truly exist any weapon mighty enough to slay the Dragon Lord? Any armor stout enough to withstand his wrath? Thou art come unto a place of foretelling, of sight beyond sight. Though thou speakest not a word, still I do know thy heart, thy purpose. Tell me, hast thou happened yet upon the most holy of shrines, the blessed sanctum? No. Then journey thee south from this place, there shalt thou find it. So yeah, Dragon Quest Builders 1 occurs... It's a direct It's kind of a combination of a direct sequel and a what-if story set after Dragon Quest 1. Oh, Roderick, what art thou about? Wherefore tarriest thou? Out of my way, lady. I mean, it's been a while, Savicom. I've run out of energy. So, I need to buy keys. And more keys, and just all the keys. No, that's actually the in-lore answer, though. Legitimately. Not Bragwin. Her name is not Bragwin. Savicom. I forget how many magic keys we need, but let's just buy a bunch. Oh. Okay. So let's start using some of these here. A Seed of Life. We want all of these seeds, so that's worth 2 keys right there. That increases max stats. When rain and sun the twain do meet, the rain's bow shall a bridge complete. So say the ancient rhymes of Alefgard. The legends also speak of a stone betokening the sun which doth slumber within the keep of Tantacle's castle. Yes, how many magic keys do I need? So many magic keys. Is that it here? I think that's it here. So let's go buy 2 more magic keys. That's the main reason I came down here. Of course I like Dragon Quest games. I'm playing one right now, Elizar. No, Mr. Red. Whoop, 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 whoop. Okay. So we're refilled. Let's grab a save. It's an interesting question, Alex, but the answer is kind of. Well, there's only one Chrono Trigger game. There's a lot of Dragon Quest games, but I'd still go with Chrono Trigger. But yeah, I'd take Chrono Trigger. Even over Dragon Quest XI, which is my favorite Dragon Quest game. Although 5 is up there too. And 8. I'd say those are probably my tops. I have not played Far Cry Primal. Chrono Cross is not a Chrono Trigger game. Whether it's good or bad is irrelevant to that point. Both games are made worse by the inclusion of one to the other. I stand by that statement firmly. I have played Dragon Quest 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 11. And Builders 1 and Builders 2. The hardest game I've ever live-streamed? I guess Sekiro. Couldn't even beat it on camera. I mean, I could have. It would have just taken time, and that's stopped being economically feasible. Where am I going? This way. Notice the music doesn't even reset each time you leave battle, too. So they skip that old problem. I mean, I've 99%ed Celeste. Twice, technically. So yeah, I'm willing to say Sekiro, a game I couldn't beat without cheating, is harder than Celeste, a game I managed to nearly completely sweep without cheating. Then again, you know me and side-scrollers and platformers. I've never played Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines, never done a video on it, never played it multiple times, and we're not playing it in a few weeks, no. None of those things are true statements. Alright, so, key. The tales of the ancient times do tell of towering golems laid aslumber by tiny fairies. Verily, there are powers in this world of which we have not the faintest inkling. Yeah, we actually, that's why we got the flute, is for the golem fight later. So that's one. No, I don't need any blessed vial, thank you. Now, I will admit, I am biased against Chrono Cross, but I've never reviewed it, and I've never played it a second time, so we'll see. Kingdom Hearts, I would say, are good games, although they certainly are flawed games. One of the Kingdom Hearts games has finally been added to the queue, or excuse me, the list. The list. So someday we may actually review that. Seed of Magic. Seed of Agility. Hang on, let's try that again. Seed of Magic. Seed of Agility. I mean, yeah, all I have to do is mute the game while we play it, Lord Aramon. So there's a magic key. And some gold. A true hero would not stoop to petty thievery. Yeah, well. When rain and sun... Yeah, I've actually already seen that. Hey, look! Someone who sells magic keys. A pox on my memory. I could have sworn that the castle dungeon was around here somewhere. Pass beyond this point at thy peril. If thou hast not the utmost faith, then thy physical hardiness turn back before it's too late. Thou art young in years, as I am myself, and yet, unlike myself, thou art charged with the quest of great danger. I shall remain here and pray for thy success. 'Tis the least I can do. Let us pray for the success of this, our hero, who striveth with all his might to deliver us from evil. May the light of the heavens shine upon thee. Ding, kind of. I forget what's required to get across this, actually. Oh, do we manage? Thou didst reach this place as proof of thy fortitude, but art thou strong enough to brave the grave of Galen? If thou wouldst try thy mettle, get thee to Galenholm, and there press thee upon the wall of darkness till the path grow clear. And we're dead. Hang on, let me get that gold back there. A game I wanted to like that I don't. Mario Tennis Aces. Also Pokemon Conquest. While we're on the subject. I mean, I'd rather not be Elizar, but, you know, if you put a gun to my head, I guess I don't have much of a choice, do I? Okay, so we have 6, right? Yep, okay, we're good, we're good. Let's head up to the other town. A game I like but don't want to? No, I'm pretty comfortable with liking things. Neither, Elizar. I'm not a cat person and I'm not a dog person. Intendest thou to visit the grave of the great Galen? Know then that the sound of this harp is said to draw monsters from miles around. Think upon that ere thou dost proceedest. In my traveling days, oft did I lay my head at the inn of fair Damdara to the south. Kind indeed was the proprietor. I wonder if he prospers still. Huh? The entrance to the grave of Galen? Forgive me, friend. I simply cannot tell thee of its whereabouts. It must be found by thine own efforts, or not at all. Kadzook, so thou hast found a way to open my door, I see. Then let one good look unlocking beget another. Here, a key for thy troubles. Use the key I gave thee wisely, and do not cause too much mischief. Oh, okay. Thanks. Take it, foul thief, licentiate larcener, take it all! What need have I of money? Our world will soon be laid to waste. What good will my gold be to me then? Oh, yeah, sure. I'll take your gold. And a copper sword. Oh, that's worthless. And a torch. Which I really don't need. Hey, you want a copper sword? Okay. Are we... let's just do this. Screw it. I do prefer Hurt and Hurt more. But I'm really, really boring, so that's probably why. Yeah, for the longest time, I didn't know what to do with the names of spells in Dragon Quest. When I was playing 8 for the first time, I'm like, what the heck does any of this do? Oh my god. Like, I couldn't remember on the fly, and so it's like, Oh, this is a res? Oh, okay. Yeah, that makes sense, I guess. Oh, right. I need to do the dungeon. Warhammer 40k is the answer to that, Elizar. Yes, I cast Kazami. Probably Aseros. Okay, fine, whatever. There it is. Know that no man hath ventured into the grave of Galen and returned. Enter only if thou carest not for thy young life. I care not for my young life. If you're not aware of Warhammer 40k, I don't know how to summarize that, Elizar. Warhammer 40k is, by design, ridiculously, stupidly high tier. It's part of the kitsch of Warhammer 40k, is that it is so stupidly high tier. Like, it's a little crazy. Some of the low-tier stuff in Warhammer 40k would qualify as high-tier for most other settings. I mean, what are you talking about? His body's right there, Disco. Ban speedruns. I've never heard of that, no. Sounds like a really dumb thing. Almost as dumb as me taking 10 points of damage, which is a fifth of my health, from a single spell. But not quite as dumb, it's approaching. So, since these are fight geists, are these part of, like, cultural norms at this point? I don't know. Oh, Superman would be crushed like a bug by Warhammer 40k. Like, he'd fight, you know, the Space Marines and the Orcs, and he'd be doing alright there. The Orcs would end up following him, because he's the flightiest. And then he'd encounter a Chaos God, and that would be the end of that. Well, that does sound pretty stupid, Gum Gum, but, you know, whatever. If people actively seek bans, I guess that's their prerogative. Well, the first thing Dr. Doom would do is he'd be like, I shall make a deal with the Chaos Gods. And then the Chaos Gods would play him like a fiddle, and then he would wish he was dead. That's another thing. Death is not the end in Warhammer 40k. So suicide is not an escape route. Just to add to the horror. Probably not, Mr. Red, no. Not unless you get to things that aren't even defined on purpose. Yeah, I know they've kind of dropped this plot thread at this point, but you ever want to know how bad Warhammer 40k is? The worst thing in the setting is something they never designed because it's worse than the worst thing in the setting. Sure, Zacked out. I'm not even going to argue that one. Well, the first thing that would happen is she'd show up and there'd be a bunch of people being like, oh, you're awesome. And she'd kill a bunch of people and then the Tyranids would eat her alive. If she was lucky. Because there's other things the Tyranids can do to people. Yeah, the Tyranids are the worst thing in the setting. Well, that's not true. The Chaos Gods are the worst things in the setting. But then there's the Tyranids. And the Tyranids are running from something. And they've never designed what, to my knowledge. So, yeah. Ding. Yeah, one of the reasons I just kind of get a little bit of a sigh in my tone anytime anyone asks me blank versus 40k is because the answer is pretty much always going to be 40k. It's barely even worth thinking about. No offense to you, Elizar, it's just that is a very common question. It used to be the Borg, nowadays it's Warhammer 40. Oh, that's bad, that's bad. Ugh. Well, I did save recently. Which is good, because we're dead. I would, Mr. Red. But I might not reveal that to the public. I would just design it under the hood. I mean, I did design Grievers, after all, in my own setting. So yeah, I have the third best armor in the game. And those things were effectively two-shotting me. So, that's nice. Well, you see us, eh, Ross? Where's my knife? I don't have a knife. No, I do not, Elizar. I don't know what you're referencing. I'm sorry. I think you're secretly mad. Or overtly mad. One of the two. Alright. So I got that. And I'm here. Australian, Alex. Jeez, werewolves too. Yeah, we're starting to get into the actually mean enemies. We may be at a grind point. I don't know. We're a little behind the curve right now, despite our equipment. Second, I'm looking at a map here, trying to figure out what the heck am I doing. Okay. So I want to go there. And then yeah, no, I was going the right way. Thought I was. And that's because I was. I just encountered something that wrecked me in the face. Yeah, that guy, actually. Run! Run! Dead. Anyways, if you're asking, is Star Trek or Star Wars higher tier, the answer is debatable. I will always say Star Wars will beat Star Trek, but if I say that, then all that will happen is a bunch of nerds will attack me with sticks, as happened on a recent video. Rin. And dead. I don't remember which one, Savicon. It was one of the Trek videos. I've admittedly started doing something when it comes to my videos where I will deliberately say something that's either controversial, not controversial, divisive, that might be a better way to put it, or something that is actually wrong just to get people to comment on it. Because then people will comment on the video and I will get more engagement and the video will be pumped higher. It is a surprisingly effective strategy. Just burning my mana trying to get through this guy. Yeah, Star Trek... Oh, Jesus! Star Trek has stupidly high-tier stuff and doesn't use it. Star Wars has high-tier stuff and it's part of the setting and they actually consider it. I'm not even talking about stuff like the Death Stars. I mean just on the everyday level. A Star Destroyer will wreck just about any ship in Star Trek, pound for pound. No, Elizar. But then Star Trek does have the advantage in other ways. Star Trek, after all, does have transporters, which I will never shut up about the fact that those are super weapons. The transporter is a stupidly high-tier tool, and their medical tech is substantially more advanced, and their ability to manipulate space and time is higher, and blah 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 blah. You get the idea. Damn it! I just misclicked. And we're dead. Okay. Wow. It depends on who you ask, Elizar. Yeah, Star Wars has the Force, which is stupid, but Star Trek has godlike aliens. And mental powers, at least if you're in TOS. I can't survive, flee, or kill one enemy. So what we're going to do, we're going to do a provoke. Fight a different enemy. And reset our encounter table a little bit. But yeah, admittedly, I don't like to get into versus discussions across universe, because it's all about interpretation. God damn it. The answer is going to boil down to the writer. Who wins in X from one setting versus X from another setting? It's up to the writer. That's the answer to that question, right? So, one person's... So you're asking me, so effectively I'm the writer in this question. So I could give you my answer, but that is only my answer. It is not the answer. It's not even a particularly good answer. It's just how I would take it. You know? Yes, I'm the one who started calling it the Mary Sue ship. But yeah, Star Wars, at the Galactic Empire's height, they had something along the lines of 25,000 Imperial Star Destroyers actively in service. At Starfleet's height, they had somewhere around a couple thousand ships of all kinds total. That's really all I feel I need to say about why I think Star Wars would beat Star Trek, at least in straight-up military combat. I mean, the Dominion War is a single sector skirmish in Star Wars' scale. You know what I mean? And I'm not saying that to be dismissive, it's just that's the scale we're talking about here. Yeah, I've seen that quote, Arspruce. That's another thing. Star Wars has expanded across a huge chunk of its galaxy. Star Trek has expanded across a minuscule portion of its galaxy. Where am I? Where's the exit? Oh, there it is. I see it. Sorry, I'm debating working my way back up. I don't know. But yeah, what would probably happen is, like, the Star Trek ship would come up with some bullcrap way around the Star Wars ship. And then the second Star Wars ship would show up, and that would be game. And then the Borg would show up, and then that would be game. And then Warhammer 40K shows up, and that is game. The problem... Mr. Reloaded and I have had several discussions about what we're going to do with the Borg, because we want the Borg to be in the Trek rewrite. But they're the Borg! You know? The only way to keep the Borg around is to be very, very, very careful with their writing, or ridiculously nerf them down. We have actually already kind of decided what we're doing with the Borg. No, I'm not going to tell you, don't ask. I'm pretty happy with what we've come up with. Because we had several... Because it's the thing any world builder should do. If you add something to your world, you need to ask, okay, what are the consequences of adding this to the world, right? So we're like, okay, the Borg are in. Very first question, why have they not won? Question number 2, why don't they win in the future? Because both of those are questions Star Trek never actually answers. At least in the shows. And we talked around that for a while. We came up with a bunch of ideas. I'm pretty happy with where we're at on that. As for when that will show up, Voyager is when the Borg are really going to get their times in the sun. So that's going to be a while. The Borg would defeat anything in StarCraft. But StarCraft overall would probably have a pretty good chance against Star Trek. If we nerf them down, are they still the Borgs? That's the other problem. But they have to be nerfed down, otherwise they win. You see why this is such a problem? Oh no, we're doing best of both worlds. In fact, the Borg are still an Enterprise, too. Although, that we had to do some very careful planning out. I'm very happy with how the Borg are going to be in Enterprise, but I have a feeling everyone's going to hate what we do with Enterprise, to be completely honest. The Borg would defeat the Protoss. One Borg cube would defeat every Protoss ever, anywhere. I don't see why not, Gum Gum. The Zerg are entirely dependent on who controls them, and the people who control them are just people. Protoss, Terrans, and Zerg combined would lose to one cube, just to be really clear about that. The Borg are stupidly top tier. So, yes. All the Borg would need to do is get a few nanites in there and understand the things, and there we go, we're good. Yeah, we're moving regeneration into Season 4, though, Blue of Alex, instead of Season 2. Because I think it fits a little bit better there. Oh, I'm going to totally destroy Enterprise, don't worry. We're effectively we're reimagining is the term for what we're doing with Star Trek Enterprise. But then again, we're doing it with all of Trek, so that's whatever. Probably not, I say, Ross. So I'm thinking negative to gameplay, by the way, because this is the first time we've actually had to, no really, just stand in one place and walk in a circle because we cannot progress, because we cannot survive the enemies down there. This is a grind wall. And we're fighting Tier 3 enemies right now. It's just we can't handle Tier 4 enemies. You know? We're two-shotting Tier 3 enemies. If I want to make a really long trip to get, like, 8 more attack power. Kinda wish I could check my experience on the fly, but whatever. Like, I keep waiting to hear that dun-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun. By the way, this is also doubled experience gain. We're not doing terrible. Let's make one run for it, just for the hell of it, while we're right here. And if we fail, whatever, we've got the save. Yeah, we could buy the steel sword right now. It's kind of on the other side of the entire world, but we could do it. That's not terrible, but we're still going to try and run from that. I mean, Azeroth is pretty high tier, as most Blizzard settings are. The only advantage the Protoss have over Azeroth is that they're in space. So as long as they never land, they might be okay, but Azerothians can teleport, you know? So that advantage doesn't last forever. Also, favorite hero ship? I mean, if you put a gun to my head, I would probably go ahead and say the late movies. The movie Enterprise, the NX-01, or excuse me, the NCC-1701A. But other than that, I'd probably go with the Galaxy, the D. Lyre of Ire. Now, I think that's it here. I think we're done here. Which is good, because this place is terrifying. Now we gotta survive getting out of here. I've already rewritten Nemesis. I'm actually really happy with how Nemesis is gonna be. But it is completely rewritten from the ground up. No trace of the original Nemesis remains in the new Nemesis. So, FYI. Yeah, the Sovereign class is a good ship. What's my favorite? Someone asked me about the Akira, which I don't actually like the Akira. There it is. Favorite Star Trek ship. Other than the Borg Cube, which is obvious, I would probably go with the D'Deridex Warbird is probably my favorite. Overall. It's a good question, Arsky. It's up to the writer. I mean, they assimilate and destroy them. Pillars of snow. So, they win. The Swarm... Okay, let me put it this way, Elizar. Let's say 500 people attack you. That's a terrifying force, right? Now let's say one person with 500 bodies attacks you. That's the Swarm. It's actually one of the advantages the Borg also have, the collective. The fact that they are one unified force is part of why they're so terrifying. Okay, so I want to go here, looks like. Not really, Aseros. After all, they'd probably cover that in New Trek if they were going to cover it. This is not where I should be. Where am I? I don't recognize this spot. Oh, that's why. Okay. I went the wrong way, so I want to go this way. Yeah, there's a reason why for a very long time, even amongst my real-life friends, hey, who would win against the Borg, such and such, or the Borg, was a meme that we would just say jokingly to each other. Like, half the time, Third and I would be hanging out in person, and I'd bring up something. Like, you know, we're talking about Godzilla or whatever, right? And he would jokingly then say, hey, who would win, Godzilla or the Borg? And I just look at him like, oh my god, dude. Do you gotta do this? Yeah, okay, I'm in the right spot now. And no, Gum Gum is the answer to your question. The Terrans, I don't know, maybe Elizar. Probably not. The Borg would absolutely curb stomp the Reapers. You know what, I'm gonna stop answering Borg versus questions if that's okay. It was a meme 6 years ago. Moving on. Okay, then left. I actually am the Borg, Zach. Resistance is futile. Why do the Borg use cubes? Well, the answer is an out-of-character one. If you want an in-character one, there is no answer. The out-of-character answer is they wanted to make something that looked truly alien in a way that had basically not been done in fiction. Not really. That's why A, the Borg cube is a cube, and B, it's enormous. Because they wanted to get across that idea just visually, immediately. They wanted the viewer to see that and just be like, oh. And by many accounts they succeeded, so, you know, good job on that front. I'm turned around. Where the hell am I? Nowhere looks like this on the map I'm staring at. No one would read a book I write, Abbas, and it would probably suck anyways. You deserve better fiction than that. Why? Okay, whatever. Let's just start left walling it. They didn't take over Picard's mind. They just assimilated him like they do any other drone. It's the quickest and most efficient way to learn information, and it adds to their numbers. I wouldn't call the Borg parasitic, but I can see the relation there. Yeah, assimilation I would agree is worse. Because, and we know this thanks to, in part, Voyager, you're aware when you're assimilated. Like, you're still cognizant and aware of everything that's happening and all that fun stuff. And, it's probably not very pleasant. Okay, I see where I am. The map was being weird. But I have figured it out. Let's get out of here. We still haven't leveled all the way through that. Scrolling up chat, Ventures said there was a spot to level, and I don't remember where it is. There's something about a bridge. That looks like it's scrolled off the screen. Oh, there it is. I don't know where that is. We'll figure it out. We'll figure it out. We gotta go buy a new sword anyways. Just over this way. The Borg, that's an easy answer. Come. Is the collective self-aware? That's a good question. Wait, you're talking about south, not east? Okay, I can go south. I mean, that's only tier 2 stuff. I was already fighting tier 3 stuff. I think you're lying to me, Ventures. I mean, I do have the lyre now. Oh, that's right, we actually did get the lyre. I just realized that. Yeah. We've seen the flood on sensors. Pull out the phaser, aim it at the warp core. The manual self-destruct. Should probably save since we're out of there and we got the lyre. I mean, the Flood are stupidly high tier, Pillars of Snow. So, the Flood. Why would anyone ever do that? Come. What kind of moron would ever conceive of such an idea? And then actually try to implement it? No. God, no. I mean, xenomorphs are bad enough, but those are at least containable. Dumbledore's okay, I guess. I'd have to think about it for a favorite Harry Potter character. I'm not sure. My first thought is Hermione, but I'd have to think about it. Okay, so yes, I do want to go this way. You're absolutely right, Von Falkenstein. The Tydon Remnant would try to experiment on the Flood, because they're stupid. What type of zombie, Mr. Red? Okay, I would like to buy that new sword. Let's go with Resident Evil Zombie then. The Flood are technically higher tier than the Borg, which is one of the things I don't like about Halo. The high tierness of it is a little bit ridiculous at the high end, even for me. And I like Star Trek. Okay, so I've been there. I guess, logically speaking, I should hit the cave. Which is... this one, I believe? Yep. Since we can go free the princess. Oop. Yeah, let's go do that. Oh, dude, the Olks would totally follow the Hulk. I don't think I have a favorite Elizar, but I do like Luna. Sirius is okay. Lupin is okay. Hey, I leveled. We're only level 11. We absolutely bare minimum need 6 more levels. What I should probably do. Yeah, probably that. If I had to pick between emotionally strong or mentally strong, I'd probably go with emotionally strong. But I don't really have a preference there either. To beat the game, Alex. I need 6 levels to beat the game. Which may not sound like much, but I'm a little worried about gaining 6 levels, considering how long it's taken me to get 1. I don't think I love Kratos. I mean, I'm not into guys in the first part, but second of all, he's got a little bit of a violence issue. My niece is actually reading Harry Potter for the first time, by the way. She's in the middle of book 2 right now. Yeah, even getting to that level is only the bare minimum. Ideally, I should probably be in my 20s before I go after the Dragon Lord. So, hang on, let's get a save in, speaking of which. So, this might not happen. Ugh. Okay, that was an extremely lucky crit. And we're dead. Okay. That was a lucky crit, and I still got absolutely mulched there. Yeah, we're dead. Yes, I mean, there's a reason I still use it, as literally to this very day, Alex. It is an excellent exercise program. I recommend it to literally everyone. I have bought so many copies of it, they won't sell that to me anymore on Amazon. That's not a joke. I gifted it to many people. My niece plays Ring Fit, and she likes to compare her level against mine. It's like, oh, I'm catching up to you. Yes, I have on Falkenstein, although I don't get why it's news. Like, several news sites have been reporting on it, and I don't get why. I don't know, admittedly, Disco. Oh my god, how much health do you have? I have to spend every other turn healing to keep up. And it's just barely keeping up. And if he gets a lucky damage roll in, and every now and again I have to heal twice in a row. Oh my god, how much health? No! God damn it! Okay. Yeah, that just... oof. No, Savacom. It's the first boss of the game, and there's only 3, I think, in this game total. Maybe 5, depending on how you define it. There are speedruns of Ring Fit already, Bregman. In fact, there's multiple categories. One of them is crank everything to hardest difficulty and get through the first world. It's hysterical to watch people do it. Because they have to put the game down for a few seconds while the timer's running. Wow. So I'm looking at a leveling guide, right? And it's like, here's some places to level at. Grind up to level 11 and then go defeat the green dragon. Now, there is apparently a trick to this, which I'm an idiot for not even thinking about. Thank you, Sean. Very, very much appreciate, as always. Thank you. Give me a moment. I'll just see what you donated towards. Shantae, you got it. And thank you again very, very much. I've tried rolling. I hear that's a good trick. I am going to put down a potential gameplay negative for grind curve, basically. But let's see how this works out, shall we? No, Elizar. I wonder if they made him immune in this version. In the original NES version, this dragon was actually weak to sleep, and I forgot about that until I was reading it. That's the trick in the NES version. You sleep the dragon, and it just stays asleep while you beat it. But none of those sleeps landed. Wow, yeah. Okay. Huh. Okay, so let's leave this dungeon and go grind. Favorite DreamWorks movie? I usually don't like DreamWorks movies, so Shrek 2 or Shrek 4. Those are my answers. Oh, of course Eleazar. I mean, I disagree with most people, including myself. Yeah, go figure, Alex. Wow. I have not seen Kung Fu... Well, I've seen bits of Kung Fu Panda. I'm not into Jack Black. That's... I mean, I also don't like how Pandaria was crapped on by being compared to Kung Fu Panda, but I'm not into Jack Black in general. I do like Shrek 4 over Shrek 1, yes. I would probably put it 2, 4, 1, 3. But 3 is way lower than the others. I hated 3. God. Wow. There, okay. So here's our leveling spot. Let's see how we do. This should be a tier 4 place. We might not even be able to hang here. Let's find out. It's not even worth casting now. We actually do more damage with melee. I'm not sure I can name any Jack Black role I've liked. I'd have to think about that. A favorite Shrek quote? No. I need a hero. If I could build anything out of Lego, it would be the Hyperion. That is to say, the Pillar of Iron. Oh yeah, onions. I have unintentionally referenced the onions quote several times, just by intent. So that's valid. Also, a lot of Homeworld 2 ships I would make out of Lego if I could. If thou art of the blood of Erdrick, you must surely possess the proof of thy birthright. But okay. I just realized that's a chimera. Probably shouldn't actually just auto-fight through that. So I suppose this is the downside of not playing the NES version. We're just stuck here grinding. I might grind off camera at this point. I mean, I'm right. This is the point at which we're supposed to go rescue the princess. This is the correct point to do that. I just can't beat that stupid dragon. I already have several of these items. I might just save up for the healing armor and say screw it, even though it's not really better. Why would anyone live in the Shrekverse? That's probably the... So I can't really click links right now, Eleazar. That's why I haven't commented on it. But I'm going to guess, based on context clues, that you're linking the fan-made Lego of the Hyperion. The one you can't buy or find in any manner. But it's huge, and it's like 10,000 pieces or something. Yeah, I've seen that. Like I said, based on context clues, I was pretty sure that's what you were referencing. You know what? By the way, as a fresh reminder, this is twice the leveling speed of the original version. We're not level 12 yet. Can you name any Pillars of Snow? Yeah, no kidding. Von Falkenstein. I mean, that is technically better. Because that was always not really intentional. I'm gonna save here, and then we're gonna try something. For the hell of it. See if we can push the boundaries of what we can do right now. Just a little bit. I think you've made my point for me, Gum Gum. Thank you. Sinbad, Prince of Egypt, and Road to El Dorado. I have not seen any of those films. So I suppose that answers you. It would be interesting because I know about the lead up to that, about Jackass and how he shifted over to DreamWorks and tried to play politics over there and how much that affected Pixar, since that actually comes up during the Pixar block as well. Either nonsensically high tier or extremely low tier, depending on how you're thinking of it. Whoops, I turned too early. Because on the one hand, you have multi-dimensional mega aliens who can invert across multiple galaxies and blah, 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 blah. And on the other hand, you have, you know, spaceships that can be taken down by machine guns. So, take your pick. The highest tier there is, Gum Gum. The extant is designed to be mid to high tier. Overall. I mean, yeah, there's a few beings who are, you know, but for the most part, it's mid to high. World crafters. Trek has Q, the Borg, and godlike aliens. What do you think, Gum Gum? Alright, where are we at? Where are we at? No, Warhammer 40k would beat the Borg. The Borg have nothing that they could do against Chaos. Even if they could do something against Tyranids, which they probably could. That's a good question, Alex. That's another thing we had to decide for the Trek rewrite. We had to design the Q, since Star Trek never did. Alright, so here's a town filled with poison. Nice place. The lowest tier that exists. Oh my god! Okay, hang on. I forgot that we're already at the point where those will be regular encounters. And we're dead. Yeah, I can't run from that fight. Yeah, I think I'm just... So I was hoping to get the armor. I didn't think about the fact that I have to fight that guy. Yeah, so... that sucks. Apparently the spot we were leveling at is the best leveling until level 14. For reference, we are level 11. I don't remember the original Final Fantasy Marathon where we spent several hours just grinding. Because I do. It actually taught me a lot about streaming and what not to do. So anyways, let's spend a few hours grinding. Oh, yes, Ellie's right, that is correct. I mean, it's... 650 gold is nice, but honestly, I kind of need the exp right now. No, I have not, Game Master Mayor. Unless that's one of the old ones, in which case, yes, I have. Actually, 20 is the intended level for the final boss. 17 is the minimum for the final boss. I'm not sure I could manage 17. To be honest. Yeah, I'm actually sincerely debating cutting off the local recording. And just doing this. I have seen the Narnia movie. No, I did not like it. You know what? Because it sucked, Elizar. And it was trying a little bit too hard to be Lord of the Rings and failing at it. Tassing gives you the opportunity to manipulate RNG, Alex, to an extreme level. to the point where you could decide which attacks the enemy does and whether or not they hit, and which attacks you do, whether they hit and whether they crit. So, have I seen The Mandalorian? No. Am I excited for the Bad Batch? Yes. Yeah, you remember the big climactic battle that was trying really, really hard to be Lord of the Rings in the Narnia movie? Just... So for those of you watching on YouTube, I'll see you next video.